Chapter 44:13. You're just a sacred venerate. What right do you have to speak here? The reincarnation guardian's cold voice rang out. Then he looked at peerless sacred king. Even if he's your junior, you can't be so unruly. Are you going to do it, or should I? Peerless sacred king snorted coldly. He said, my junior didn't do anything wrong. It was Spirit Sage King, Yen, who wanted to kill him. What's wrong with my junior saying a few words? I don't think my junior is wrong. Or is it that the reincarnation guardian doesn't differentiate between right and wrong, and is on Spirit Sage King Yan's side? If that's the case, I have nothing to say. We can only fight. You dare to challenge me? The reincarnation guardian took a step forward. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, as if it was going to sweep through everything. The power on his body was too terrifying. The moment he appeared, the surrounding sacred kings felt their scalps go numb. Even peerless Saint King furrowed his brows. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he said, so what if I challenge you? You've already meddled in too many things. As the reincarnation guardian, your purpose is to protect the reincarnation valley. You can't meddle in other things. But now that you've broken the rules, don't blame us. That's right. Kunlun Sacred King and Wuji Sacred King walked up. The surrounding sacred kings also stood up. They said, open the reincarnation mountain and let us pass safely. We won't attack. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces. Joining forces? With just you? The reincarnation guardian laughed out loud, his eyes filled with disdain. The aura on his body continued to radiate, piercing through the sky and sweeping through everything. Then he said, even if you join forces, you're still no match for me. With that, he struck out with his palm. A terrifying light swept through the area. This power was really too strong. Those Saint Kings felt their bodies tremble. Then they roared and retreated quickly. These people retreated frantically to avoid the attack. Peerless Sacred King and Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. They realized that the attack was directed at them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the great sacred tower to envelop the two of them. At the same time, Peerless Sacred King roared. He waved his unparalleled sword and slashed towards the sky. From the looks of it, he was not holding back at all and was planning to go all out. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword light split the world apart. Not even a world could withstand it. The two collided, and Peerless Holy King was sent flying. Fortunately, with the protection of the Grand Sage Tower, he didn't suffer too many injuries. However, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even Peerless Saint King's full-powered attack could not block the Reincarnation Protector's casual attack. The gap between the two sides was really too big. I've already said that you're no match for me. You don't have the qualifications to challenge me. The Reincarnation Protector stood there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world with disdain in his eyes. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. I've taken a liking to this saint item. Hand it over obediently. Lin Xian's expression was also ice cold. He gritted his teeth and said, You don't have the right to take anything from me. Do you think you can contend against me just because you're a Saint Venerable and can sweep through the world? Do you think you can contend against me? Even your senior brother can't do it, let alone you. With that, the Reincarnation Protector's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his body tremble, and his soul was about to be torn apart. Then, a terrifying aura appeared around him, as if it was about to pull him into the cycle of reincarnation. What a terrifying power. Is this an eye technique? Lin Xian was stunned. He roared and activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Then, countless golden runes covered the surroundings. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul roared and slashed at the void. In the next moment, he quickly retreated, cold sweat dripping down his body. It was too terrifying. The other party's gaze had almost killed him. No wonder all the Saint Kings were afraid of the reincarnation protector. The surrounding Saint Kings were also stunned, especially Saint King Yenling, whose pupils shrank. The other party didn't die. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that the reincarnation protector controlled a trace of the power of reincarnation. He looked around and saw that no one in the 6 paths of reincarnation could survive. Logically speaking, the other party should have turned into dust, but the other party was still alive. Even the reincarnation protector's face darkened. You're the first one who could withstand my glare without dying. I'm very interested in what secrets you have. The reincarnation protector's eyes shone brightly. It seemed like he wanted to attack again. But at this time, Saint King Wushuang attacked, and a terrifying sword chi flashed. The reincarnation protector stretched out a palm and swept it in all directions. It's useless, Wushuang. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. The devouring law is useless against me. The devouring law in the sky wanted to devour him, but his gaze shattered everything. Buzz! The Kunlun Saint King roared, and the Kunlun mountain fell from the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire void to collapse, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were torn apart. However, the reincarnation protector's palm broke the Kunlun mountain into pieces. The Kunlun Saint King also retreated, and his face became extremely pale. The surrounding people were shocked. They all attacked and realized that they couldn't hurt the other party at all. Like I said, you ants aren't my match at all. You don't know what I mean to you. Not only do I control the reincarnation valley, but I also control the reincarnation of this world. If I want you to die, you'll die. If I want you to live, you'll live. The power of reincarnation was too terrifying. Everyone felt despair. Although they were Saint Kings, they could defeat everything. But at this moment, their faces were filled with despair. However, at this time, one of them sneered. You control reincarnation? What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you say you control reincarnation? You only borrowed a little power from the reincarnation valley, and you dare to be arrogant here? What a joke. Who was it? Did they want to die? The reincarnation protector was instantly furious. Who dared to challenge him like this? His gaze swept across and quickly locked onto a figure. Then he frowned. He saw a man in a black robe in front of him. His face was covered, and he couldn't see who it was. Saint King Yenling also frowned. He said, "This is a new Saint King, but I feel that he's very mysterious. He must have secrets. No matter what secrets he has, if he dares to challenge me, I'll send him to hell." With that, the reincarnation protector attacked again. How dare you underestimate my reincarnation power? Then I'll let you experience it personally. His eyes shone with a shocking light, and then he flew forward. This power was too terrifying. It carried an extremely strong law that could sweep through everything. No one could resist it. However, Black Mountain sneered. He formed a seal with his palms, and the ground around him shattered. Countless spirit veins were under his control, forming a peerless array. Then it turned into a blade light and descended from the sky. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering sounds rang out, and a terrifying power tore everything apart. The reincarnation protector was stunned. He could control the Earth's spirit veins? It seemed that he was a powerful array master. But so what? In the face of absolute power, it was useless. He sent out another palm strike. Chapter 44:14. Boom. He Shan formed a large black seal that descended from the sky and attacked his opponent. The battle between the two shocked everyone. They realized that He Shan could actually block the reincarnation protector's attack. It was truly shocking. This guy had just become a sage king, but he could already fight against the reincarnation protector? How did he do it? The reincarnation protector frowned. Logically speaking, the opponent's aura was too weak. He should be able to kill such a person instantly. However, he realized that he couldn't do it now. because every attack from the opponent was hitting the weakness of his power and laws. In other words, the opponent was suppressing him. Could it be a coincidence? No one knew his weakness. Your heavenly spirit technique is not that good. It's really far from it. He-Shan sneered. The reincarnation protector's pupils constricted. He roared crazily. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? He was really shocked. The heavenly spirit technique was the martial art he cultivated. No one knew about it, not even Sage King Yanling. He was probably the only one who knew about it in this world. But how did the opponent know? Could it be that the opponent came from the buried Emperor Star? But that shouldn't be the case. He thought about it and didn't know the opponent. However, He-Shan didn't say anything and continued to control the Black Seal. He continued to attack. The reincarnation protector was completely gloomy. He said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He formed a seal with his palms, and a ray of reincarnation light shot out from his eyes. Boom! The Black Seal was sent flying. Then, the ray of light pierced through He-Shan. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The other Sage Kings also cried out in alarm. Could it be that such a powerful person couldn't block it? Then, who was his opponent? He-Shan's body turned into green smoke and disappeared. He then reappeared on the other side. The reincarnation light? Humph, if I was at my peak, I could kill you with a slap. Although He-Shan had recovered, he was only a Sage King. He couldn't use some great divine abilities. The reincarnation protector sneered. Who am I? So this is all you've got? No matter who you are, you're no match for me. Then, let's fight together. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. The other Saint Kings also stood out. The reincarnation protector laughed out loud. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The great battle shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding young disciples were in despair. This was because they realized that even with so many Saint Kings attacking together, they were still no match for the reincarnation protector. The other party was really too powerful. Not only did he have the strength of a late-stage Saint King, but he also had the strength of a late-stage Saint King. Furthermore, he possessed the light of reincarnation. Once that light was unleashed, no one could block it. Lin Xian was also shocked, not only because of the strength of the Samsara protector. Was it because of the light of reincarnation? When the first reincarnation light was shot out, his Tianji God eyes started to change. An extremely terrifying aura was vibrating. His heavenly secret God eyes seemed to be summoned by something. This surprised him. He thought that something had happened to his heavenly secret divine eyes and that he was injured. But later on, he discovered that this wasn't the case. Only when the light of reincarnation appeared would the heavenly fate divine eyes undergo such a change. Could it be that the heavenly secret divine eyes had something to do with samsara time? He said, "Senior brother, can you help me devour a trace of the light of reincarnation? What are you trying to do?" Lin Xian explained the changes that had occurred to him. Unparalleled Saint King was also shocked. "All right, but you have to be careful. The light of reincarnation is too terrifying. If you are injured, you will immediately enter the cycle of reincarnation. By then, even I won't be able to save you." Lin Xian said, "I know, I will be careful." Then, everyone attacked together. The Samsara protector shot out another light of reincarnation. Everyone frantically tried to block it. At this time, the devouring law formed a vortex and swallowed some of the light of reincarnation. "It's useless. Your devouring law has no effect on my light of reincarnation." The Samsara protector sneered, but in the next moment he was stunned, because he realized that the light of reincarnation was charging towards Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light and absorbed the Samsara protector's light of reincarnation. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Xian courting death? The Samsara protector sneered. It seemed like he didn't have to do anything. This kid was dead meat. Lin Xian felt a huge impact. It was as if he couldn't hear anything. Because he felt a strange change, his eyes were not damaged because of it. Instead, they absorbed the energy of the light of reincarnation. At this moment, it was gradually becoming stronger. Buzz, Junior brother, are you all right? Unparalleled Saint King was also extremely nervous, but in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes regained light. He said, I'm fine. How was that possible? The Samsara protector was stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. They knew very well how frightening the light of reincarnation was. Even with so many of them working together, they couldn't withstand it. But Lin Xian was actually fine. What was going on? Damn it. The Samsara protector stared at Lin Xian. He desperately wanted to capture Lin Xian. Unparalleled Saint King said, and attacked together. They charged towards the Samsara protector. At the same time, Spirit Saint King said, Don't worry, I'll capture this person for you. His body flickered as he charged toward Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you? The surrounding people roared. They couldn't even fight against one of the reincarnation protectors, let alone Spirit Saint King Yen. He was also a veteran Saint King. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The void shattered, and a figure appeared. It was Immortal Scholar. As soon as he appeared, he shot out ice that filled the sky and swept forward. He blocked Spirit Saint King's path. That was great. Unparalleled Saint King and the others heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Spirit Saint King's face was cold. Boom. A layer of armor appeared on his body. At the same time, he took out a giant stone hammer. There was a terrifying power on it. One strike could shatter heaven and earth. Even the sky, full of ice, was broken. One could imagine how terrifying that strike was. Kill. Scholar Immortal roared furiously and quickly rushed out. The battle erupted again. They charged towards the sky. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated and landed on the ground. Their faces became incomparably solemn. They didn't know what the result of this attack would be. Although there were only 2 people on the other side this time, it was better than anything else. Just as Lin Xian and the others were nervously watching, a few figures quickly flew over from afar. It was Jing Yun and the other geniuses of the buried Emperor Star. These people should be coming. Jing Yun looked down. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately laughed. Little brother, I guessed right. He's here. He wants to enter the buried Emperor Star from here. Jinko also looked down and sneered. There was no chance for them to do so. Today was the day of his death. He won't be able to enter in his lifetime. As he spoke, he roared and increased his speed. Lin Xian and the others could feel the aura coming from afar. They all turned their heads. Were the people of the mortal world here? Soon, they discovered that they weren't, because they weren't Saint Kings. Although their auras were powerful, they were only Saint Sovereigns. One of them was even more terrifying than a Saint Sovereign. However, he hadn't reached the level of a true Saint King. Chapter 44:15. It's them. Yuruo looked over and instantly frowned. They discovered that the people who came were from the buried Emperor Star. Jingyun sneered. Brat, let's see how you escape. Since you dared to treat me like that, I'll pay you back 10,000 times. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Xian was already very anxious. He didn't know how the battle between the Sage Kings was going. When he saw Jingyun, he immediately frowned and said, Scram. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Don't think that just because you're from the buried Emperor Star, I won't dare to kill you. Are you courting death? Jingyun roared. Little brother, kill him. Jinka also walked over. You're Lin Xian, right? You're really arrogant. However, if you kneel down and kowtow to my brother, I'll give you a quick death. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian frowned. Then he looked at Jingyun. Since you can't win, you're calling for your little brother? Do you have any shame? My little brother is stronger than me. He's already a half-step sage king. You're definitely not his match. Brat, you've lost your last chance. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. You dare to come here with just the two of you? Seems like you don't know the difference between life and death. Jingyan said, so what if there are so many people? Do they dare to attack me? I'm from the buried Emperor's star. Whoever dares to attack me is an enemy of the buried Emperor's star. Can you bear it? Jingyan roared. Sure enough, the people in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian sneered. There's no need for these people to deal with you two trash. I can kill you all by myself. He was also angry. Since they were courting death, he'll fulfill their wish. Brat, your opponent is me. After saying that, Jinka walked up and stared at Lin Xian. How despicable. Are all the people from the buried emperor star like this? He's clearly a half-step sage king, but he dares to attack a mid-stage sage venerable. Even if you win, do you feel proud? Fu Hongye coldly snorted. My cultivation is higher than his, so I can naturally suppress him. If you're not convinced, come and kill me. Jinka looked like he was asking for a beating, but no one dared to attack him. That was because the other party's cultivation was simply too strong, far surpassing theirs. Lin Xian said, Hongye, don't worry. Leave this guy to me. However, I am not used to seeing him use his power to bully others. Thus, I want him to have a taste of what it feels like to bully others. All of you attack Startling Cloud together. I don't believe that he can withstand it, no matter how strong he is. The eyes of Fu Hongye and the others lit up when they heard that. With regards to Lin Xian's strength, naturally they were very relieved. Therefore, 8 people from Peerless City walked up and stared at Jingyun. I heard that you're a peerless genius, yet you still dare to sweep through everything. Today, you will fight with the 8 of us. Let's see how strong you are. As soon as he said this, Jingyun's expression instantly turned ugly. Jinka roared as well. You dare to touch my brother? Try it. I'll send all of you to hell. Lin Xian smiled. Your enemy is me, so you don't have the right to care about other things. Damn it, Jingyun roared. You guys are despicable. Using numbers to bully me. We are using numbers to bully you. If you don't like it, come and bite us. Shengwan Shaoxian also snorted coldly. You're allowed to call yourself a half-step holy king, but we're not allowed to gang up on you? Everyone attacked together. With a roar, these strong cultivators instantly rushed up and fought with Jingyun. No matter how strong Jingyun was, he could not withstand the combined attacks of 8 strong cultivators. Instantly, he let out a roar. His body was torn apart and blood flowed out. When Jinka saw the scene, he wanted to go back and help. However, Lin Xian struck out with his sword, cutting off the sky and earth, blocking his way. Weren't you extremely arrogant before, wanting to suppress me? I want to see what kind of strength you have. Go to hell. Jingyun roared angrily, and the battle instantly erupted. As a half-step holy king, his strength was ridiculously strong, far surpassing that of a holy venerable. Therefore, with one strike, the sky fell and the earth cracked, causing the surrounding people's expressions to change. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a furious roar and unleashed his powerful divine body, sweeping out in all directions. At the same time, he activated his 10 ultimate swords, releasing light. He seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, sweeping through everything. With one strike, he arrived in front of his opponent. The two collided, letting out an earth-shaking sound. Jinka was originally disdainful, but when they really fought, he realized that his opponent was very strong. Although his opponent was only a mid-stage holy venerable, his strength was not weaker than his at all. The sword chi was extremely sharp, causing him to be terrified, and his opponent's physique and strength also caused his arm to go numb. Roar! He roared, and endless precepts appeared on his body. The power of his bloodline was activated, and he swept out with tyrannical strength. A long saber appeared in his hand, and he kept attacking. Every strike landed on his divine body. Lin Xian's divine body was also trembling nonstop. One could imagine that his opponent was indeed a top-notch expert. However, the more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. He held the 10 ultimate swords and swept through all directions. The two collided again, and the surrounding people were shocked as they watched. However, at this time, Guan Songhai said, "I am very interested in the battle in the distance. So, everyone, I will go over." As he spoke, he joined Jing Yun's battle. Qin Xianer also smiled, "Then I will go as well." In this way, there were 10 experts. Jing Yun was already unable to hold on, and now he was in an even more miserable state. Not only that, the people from the 3 great dragon races also went over. Jing Yun's body exploded several times. He wanted to escape, but he could not. There were experts everywhere blocking his path. This was a kind of despair, something he had never experienced before in his life. He truly did not expect that these people would dare to be so bold. Could it be that they were not afraid of the buried Emperor's star? How could he know that because the reincarnation valley was closed, it was unknown whether these people could go to the buried Emperor's star? Therefore, when the buried Emperor's star was mentioned, they naturally carried an astonishing killing intent. At this moment, they released all of their killing intent on Jing Yun. Jinke was so angry that he vomited blood when he saw his brother being beaten up. "You're courting death." He attacked towards the distance, but it was blocked by Lin Xian's Taiji diagram. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of sword lights all landed on Jing Yun's body, sending him flying. Jing Yun's body was also constantly shaking, and cracks appeared on the battle armor that appeared on his body. This caused him to be terrified. With a furious roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked unceasingly. A heavenly steel appeared on his palm, and when it opened and closed, it could sweep through everything. Lin Xian's sword qi was beaten until it dimmed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm, using the man ruler seal. This attack was really too powerful. Under this attack, Jing Yun's battle armor was directly shattered. Jing Yun vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body was directly penetrated. Then Lin Xian used the mountain-embracing seal, and a divine mountain appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. It directly suppressed Jing Yun. The earth trembled, and a crazy roar sounded. Jing Yun, who was in the distance, was blasted apart again. However, when his soul looked forward, he was indeed stunned, because he discovered that his younger brother was also suppressed. Damn it! How was this possible? His younger brother was a half-step holy king. How could he be suppressed by that brat? Could it be that countless geniuses and experts had joined hands as well? But when he realized that Lin Xian was the only one who did it, he was completely dumbfounded. When the toad saw this scene, it laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! This is your genius younger brother? Why do I feel like he's so trashy? I say, the people in your family are all trash. Damn it, are you courting death?" And Jinke was suppressed, and when he heard the toad's voice, he also roared crazily. When had he ever been mocked by such an ant? So he roared angrily, and countless terrifying runes appeared on his body, condensing into a long saber phantom. It surrounded his body. It actually blasted the divine mountain up. The toad was shocked. Damn, he can still come out. Kid, hurry up and beat him up. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "You're no match for me at all. Do you think that you can look down on everything just because you're a half-step holy king? You might be able to do it elsewhere, but not in front of me." Buzz. Lin Xian used the invincible sword and directly sent it flying. Jinke had just gotten up, but he was instantly sent flying. Another crack appeared on his body. Damn it. Kill. He retreated and rushed to the back, wanting to save his brother. Then he left. However, at this moment, a figure blocked his path. Damn it, get lost. Seeing that it wasn't Lin Xian, Jinka also roared crazily. However, that man shot forth a punch. Are you courting death? Other than Lin Xian, who had surprised him, he didn't care about the others at all. So he also slashed out with his saber. However, in the next moment, he was once again in despair, because he discovered that this person's fist was really too terrifying. It carried an incomparably terrifying aura. It directly pierced through his long saber. Boom! His body was blasted apart. The surrounding people were also stunned. Hair to the heavens. Even Lin Xian was surprised. In the end, a smile appeared on his face. That was because he realized that the one who attacked was none other than Chao Tianxing. He had seen how mysterious Chao Tianxing was, so he knew that Chao Tianxing was very strong. As expected, the other party had severely injured a half-step Holy King the moment he attacked. How could this be? Jinka was completely dumbfounded. He could still accept the shock of being defeated by Lin Xian. After all, every world had a top genius who could defy the heavens. However, such a person was too rare. In fact, there might not even be one in a few thousand years. However, he did not expect that apart from Lin Xian, another person had appeared. A single punch was enough to severely injure him. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? Jingyun was also scared to tears. He roared crazily, Stop fighting, we admit defeat. What a joke. How could he have reached such a stage? If they continued to fight, the two of them would definitely die. Therefore, they let out a roar. Hearing that, Linghu Chueshue and the others stopped. Then, they sneered. You want to admit defeat now? What were you doing earlier? Fu Hongya slapped Jingyun's face and sent him flying. On the other side, Jinka gritted his teeth and said, Brother, let's go. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave with Jin Yun. However, Lin Xian smirked coldly. The Taiji diagram in the sky descended, blocking their path. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is your family? Here, we have the final say. Who let you go? Come and die. The Tai Chi diagram sent down countless sword chi. The terrifying aura swept through everything. Jingyun and Jin Yun were forced back. When they came back, they gritted their teeth. Jinka said, We are from the Jing family. Do you dare to attack us? If you kill us, our family will send top experts here. Then, none of you will be able to live. So, stop fighting and let us leave. Is your family very powerful? Since that's the case, won't we be able to call for more powerful experts if we let you go back? Why don't we just kill you? The Crimson Dragon sneered. The Toad also nodded and said, It would be a pity to kill them. Let's turn them into battle servants, or refine them into puppets. I know a way to turn them into puppets. That way, they can be used by us in the future. That's a good idea. Lin Xian also nodded. The others also sneered. The Jingyun brothers' expressions changed, especially Jinka. He was furious. Do you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered and formed a seal with his palm. The mountain-embracing seal descended again and suppressed the other party. The other party's body exploded once again. Everyone laughed. Is the buried Emperor's star very powerful? It's only SO. However, at this moment, a light appeared in Jinka's eyes. His body suddenly split open, and one of the figures instantly rushed out and left the mountain-embracing seal. Then he charged forward. In the next moment, he arrived in front of a person and enveloped the other party with a long saber in his hand. Oh no, damn it. How dare you attack? The Crimson Dragon roared. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. Get lost, or I'll kill her. Jinka roared crazily. The person he had enveloped was none other than Shen Jingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others were very nervous. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. How dare you attack my people? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Brat, is this one of your people? Good, if you dare to touch me, I'll send you to hell. Now kneel down obediently and break your own arms. I'll make you kowtow to me. I'll make you crawl under my feet. Jinka's ferocious voice sounded. Everyone's expressions became unsightly. They did not expect that the other party would have such a secret technique that allowed him to escape while being suppressed by the divine mountain. He even threatened Shen Jingqiu. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from her eyes. A heaven and earth Dharma idol appeared behind her. It was incomparably mysterious. A monstrous power surged, and then a palm strike sent Jinka flying. Jinka retreated in the air and vomited blood. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. How is this possible? I was defeated by a third person today. Damn it! How can there be so many terrifying experts in this world? The surrounding people were also stunned. Is Shen Jingqiu also so powerful? It's simply too unbelievable. What's that heaven and earth Dharma idol behind her? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp radiance. The danger was gone. He was now in front of the other party, and he stepped on him, stomping him into the ground. Then he released a dragon-shaped sword chi and pierced through the other party's body, nailing him to the ground. Jinka roared crazily as blood flowed out. He wanted to escape. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was not something he could resist. Chapter 44:17. Jinka's previous actions had thoroughly angered Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly, "Originally, I thought that I would give you a way out. However, you actually acted so recklessly and attacked the people around me. Dragons have reverse scales. Since you've touched my reverse scale, you'll definitely die today." Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Lin Xian wanted to attack the people of the buried Emperor Star. Even Linghu Chuexue and the others had grave expressions. To be honest, they would not hesitate to heavily injure Jingyun. However, they did not dare to kill these two people. After all, they were both in awe and fear of the buried Emperor Star. "You dare?" Jingyun roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare?" After saying that, he slapped out with his palm. With a boom, Jinka's body exploded. In the next moment, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes and pulled Jinka's soul into the Tao reincarnation. He made Jinka suffer for 10,000 years. Jingyun did the same. Finally, Lin Xian used his light of reincarnation and killed the two of them. The surrounding people were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would really kill the two of them. Those two brothers probably did not believe that the other party would dare to attack them even when they died. The reason why Lin Xian killed the two of them was because he was completely enraged. Moreover, his final killing move was the light of reincarnation. The light of reincarnation was something that he had absorbed from the reincarnation protectors. His heavenly secret divine eyes could actually fuse with the light of reincarnation. At this moment, he used the light of reincarnation to kill these people. Presumably, these families would not be able to trace it back to him. After killing the two of them, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. "Jingyun, these two people were nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing was the battle between the sage kings above, because it concerned whether or not they could go to the buried Emperor Star. This kind of battle was going on in the outer realm. Terrifying power enveloped them. Lin Xian and the others were incomparably shocked. It had to be said that the two of them were really too strong, especially that reincarnation protector. He was fighting a group of Saint Kings alone, and he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. This was especially true for the light of reincarnation, which was incomparably terrifying. Once it was unleashed, no one dared to resist and could only flee. There were only two people who could contend against the light of reincarnation. Even Black Mountain and Undying Scholar Shan had many tricks up his sleeve. Although he couldn't fight against the light of reincarnation, he wasn't afraid of it either. As for Scholar Immortal, he could use immortal frost. Only the inextinguishable polar ice was able to resist the light of samsara. However, he could only resist for a short period of time. He wouldn't be able to contend against it for a long time. After all, reincarnation was too mysterious, and the light of reincarnation was even more terrifying. In the end, the reincarnation protector was completely enraged. A bunch of reckless fools. Today, I'll send you on your way. As he roared, the sealed reincarnation valley once again appeared. Then, the reincarnation valley shone with light, and a pagoda appeared from within. 6 paths of reincarnation pagoda. A terrifying aura appeared. It bloomed with an incomparable aura. Furthermore, it was connected to the reincarnation protector, allowing the reincarnation protector to control an even more powerful reincarnation power. He roared into the sky. Today, all of you will enter reincarnation. An illusion of the reincarnation pagoda appeared between heaven and earth. 6 extremely terrifying passageways seemed to swallow everything. Oh no! Shanghai Saint King's pupils constricted. His body was pierced by the light of reincarnation and instantly split open. In the next moment, he let out a terrified cry. On the other side, Louis Saint King's body was also shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Their faces became extremely pale. Buzz, seeing that these people were about to enter reincarnation, Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian struck out. The great dragon sword soul flew into the sky. After the Saint Kings saw the Tao, they desperately activated and displayed their power. The great dragon sword soul bloomed with an incomparable aura and slashed into the void. It slashed apart the aura of reincarnation. Shanghai Saint King and Louis Saint King frantically retreated. They all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. They had almost been sucked into reincarnation. Once they entered, they would probably die without a doubt, even if they were Saint Kings. How could it be? It could actually block the 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation Saint King was stunned as he looked at the dragon-shaped sword in the sky. On the other side, Saint King's spirit Saint King's pupils also constricted. Could it be the legendary item? There were very few that could fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. This sword shadow was clearly not a saint artifact, which meant that it was even rarer. After thinking for a while, they thought of a legend, the Great Dragon Sword, the legendary offensive saint technique that could destroy everything. It was understandable that the reincarnation could be slashed apart. They did not expect to see the legendary item here. The reincarnation Saint King's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. Kid, it looks like I have to kill you this time. It would be a waste to leave this thing with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shot into the sky. Morong Qingcheng and the others were also extremely worried. Although they should have the great sage pagoda, would it be safe in the battle between so many Saint Kings? They did not know and were not confident. Lin Xian came up and used the great sage pagoda to protect his body. Everyone, let's attack together. He was controlling the great dragon sword soul and also felt the pressure. However, this battle had to go on. At the same time, he had another thought. He was not afraid of the light of reincarnation. Whether it was Black Mountain or Immortal Scholar, although they could fight against the light of reincarnation, they could not. However, Lin Xian was confident that he could suppress the light of reincarnation. This was also the reason why he came up. And die for me. The reincarnation Saint King punched out, and Lin Xian felt immense pressure. He used the great sage pagoda to block, but his divine body was still shattered. However, in the next moment, his body quickly healed. At the same time, he roared. If they did not attack now, what were they waiting for? The other Saint Kings also took a deep breath. They were going to fight. These people attacked again. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky sealed the entire area and enveloped them. The terrifying reincarnation power could threaten them at any time. Indeed, even the Kunlun Saint King and Wushuang Saint King's bodies were shattered. They turned into a bloody mist. However, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword in time and destroyed the reincarnation power. Only then did he save these people. These Saint Kings calmed down a little and attacked even more crazily. The reincarnation Saint King's face turned cold. Spirit Saint King Yan's expression was also ugly. His body had already been broken twice. Fortunately, his opponent had not killed him. This allowed him to survive. However, he was still shocked. He said that the kid could fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation, and that they had to kill him first. Otherwise, they would lose their advantage. The reincarnation Saint King nodded. He naturally knew this, so he attacked Lin Xian with all his might. Lin Xian's divine body was shattered again. Even with the great sage pagoda, the reincarnation Saint King was too powerful. Chapter 44:18. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you have the great dragon's sword, you are still no match for me. The reincarnation protector revealed a cold smile. A person like you is not worthy of the great dragon sword. How dare you say such a thing? Lin Xian also laughed. You are a late-stage Saint King, and I am a mid-stage Saint Venerable. How many realms are there between us? You still haven't killed me yet. Do you think you have the face to say such a thing? Aren't you able to kill a Saint King with a single glance? Why can't you kill me? You are courting death. The reincarnation protector was stunned. Indeed, it was extremely easy for him to kill a Saint King. Now, Lin Xian was still alive. This was a slap to his face. He did not plan to do this again. Therefore, he planned to gather and form the light of reincarnation to completely kill Lin Xian. 3 light of reincarnation came charging over. It was earth-shattering, sweeping through everything. Not good. The Kunlun Saint King, the Wuji Saint King, and the others were extremely nervous. Below, Murong Qingcheng, Linghu Chueshue, and the others also held their breaths. As for Lin Xian, he snorted coldly. He fully activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. He did not dodge at all. In an instant, he began to absorb the 3 light of reincarnation into his eyes. The void, where Lin Xian was completely turned into nothingness. His figure was completely swallowed up. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they did not know whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. The reincarnation protector sneered. If you can survive, then I will. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian walk out from inside. How is this possible? The reincarnation protector was shocked. What is going on with these eyes? Why are they so mysterious? Lin Xian said, I will be responsible for blocking his light of reincarnation. All of you, attack. The battle erupted again. It was incomparable. This time, he finally lost his advantage. He was being attacked by so many Saint Kings. He roared crazily. There was also the immortal scholar and Black Mountain. Finally, he was injured. His body was penetrated. After being hit by dozens of laws, one of his arms was torn off. Blood flowed. He roared at the sky, and the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky surged forward. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to block the attack. Then he fused with the power of those Saint Kings. The sword slashed forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation were actually cleaved apart by him. The reincarnation protector was also split in half by the sword. This scene was really too shocking. Yanling Saint King was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The reincarnation protector also roared towards the sky. Damn it, you guys have thoroughly angered me. Even if I have to sacrifice 3,000 years of my lifespan, I will still kill all of you. After he finished speaking, the laws on his body began to burn. It seemed like he was about to go all out. At the same time, the reincarnation pagoda flew out from the reincarnation valley and landed in his hand. Then he charged forward. Not good. The expressions of those saint kings changed. This was a heaven-shaking treasure. If Lin Xian was a saint king, then controlling the great dragon sword would not be a problem. But now, Lin Xian was only a saint venerable. It was already very impressive that he could cleave apart the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he probably could not compete with the reincarnation protector, who was going all out. As expected, Lin Xian also suffered a huge impact. He had already reached his limit by using the great dragon sword soul. If he used it again, his body would probably shatter. At this critical moment, a figure flew out from the void. It was an old man. As soon as he appeared, he formed a heavenly sound and descended towards the ground. 9 tribulations, divine melody, a terrifying aura spread down, and the terrifying laws of the great path formed one strange note after another. It directly blocked the terrifying reincarnation pagoda between heaven and earth. What was going on? Yen Ling's Saint King was horrified, and the reincarnation protector's pupils constricted. He had already burned 3,000 years of his life, and was ready to fight to the death with the other party, to kill these Saint Kings. But now, he was being suppressed by someone. Who was it? In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and saw an old man appear in the sky. It was him. The reincarnation protector exclaimed. Yen Ling Saint King was also stunned. He had seen this person before. Previously, he had seen this person at the primordial grotto grand meet. Peerless Saint King, and the others took a deep breath. Lin Xian exclaimed, Elder Xia. That's right, the person who had come was Xia Jiuyo. When he arrived, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Reincarnation protector, you've crossed the line. You dare to teach me a lesson? Die for me. The reincarnation protector roared. Today, he would make everyone die. He continued to burn his laws and life, and activated the reincarnation pagoda to kill his way out. Everyone was worried for Xia Jiuyo. Even Lin Xian was no exception. However, Xia Jiuyo sighed. He did not know whether he was dead or alive. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. The heavens and earth shook. An extremely terrifying aura appeared before him. An illusory figure appeared. It was a guqin, and it carried a mysterious aura as it appeared before Xia Jiuyo. Then, Xia Jiuyo gently played the guqin. With a loud boom, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The reincarnation pagoda shattered into pieces. The reincarnation protector was also blasted apart, turning into a bloody mist. Yen Ling Saint King was also affected, and his body shattered. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, what had they just seen? So many Saint Kings had attacked together, but they had not hurt the reincarnation protector. But now, Xia Jiuyo had defeated him with a gentle move. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of existence was Xia Jiuyo? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that Xia Jiuyo was powerful. However, he was very worried about Xia Jiuyo's lifespan, because Xia Jiuyo was already very old. On the other side, He Shan's eyes flickered. Could it be him? He thought of a legendary person. In front of him, the mist of blood gathered under the reincarnation pagoda and formed the reincarnation protector. At this moment, the reincarnation protector's face was filled with fear. He no longer had the arrogance from before. He stared at Xia Jiuyo and asked, "Who are you? Could it be that you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Jiuyo played another guqin sound, and his body shattered again. Damn it! He was terrified and did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Run. He brought Yenling Saint King and quickly fled downwards. He wanted to enter the reincarnation valley. In the end, Xia Jiuyo cut off his path with a tune of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could only escape to the other side. Yen Ling St. King said, "Let's go to the Origin Ancient Mine. It's absolutely safe there." The two of them fled into the distance. On the other side, Xia Zhiyo snorted coldly. "Want to leave?" He strolled between heaven and earth and followed. It was the same for the other Saint Kings. Lin Xian and the other young disciples also followed. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They felt two extremely powerful forces with the aura of reincarnation streaking across the sky. Behind them, there was an old man who was like a god strolling in the courtyard. Origin Ancient Mine. This was a land of death. No one dared to come here. However, at this moment, Yanling Saint King came. Not only that, but the reincarnation protector also came. After the two of them entered, Yanling Saint King's cold voice sounded. "Humph, so what if you're strong? I don't believe you dare to come in." As expected, Xia Zhiyo played two heavenly tunes, but they were blocked by the power inside. They couldn't kill their way into the Origin Ancient Mine. Seeing this scene, Spirit Saint King Yanling laughed loudly. The reincarnation protector also snorted coldly. "How dare you injure me? One day, I'll send all of you to hell." Chapter 44:19. Unparalleled Sacred King, and the others walked over with a frown. What should they do? This place's aura was extraordinary. Damn it, they were so close to killing Sacred King Yanling and subduing the reincarnation protector. But now, Xiajiu had gone into hiding. There was nothing they could do. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 500 years for the buried Emperor's Star Seal to open again. Thus, everyone was in despair. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, it was impossible for him to conquer the primordium ancient mine with his current strength. Thus, there was nothing he could do. He looked at He Shan. He Shan also shook his head. At that moment, Xiajiu coughed out a mouthful of blood. He sighed and said, "Let me do it." Then he looked at Jade Lake. He asked the Jade Lake sacred leader if he could borrow an imperial armament. The pupils of the Jade Lake's Saint Master contracted when she heard this, and the surrounding people were stunned. What did he mean? He wanted to use the ancient desolate tower? Even Lin Xian was shocked. His great dragon sword soul was also powerful, but only he could use it. If Xia Zhiyo wanted to use it, he had to give the power to him. But he couldn't withstand so much power. It seemed that Xia Zhiyo wanted to borrow an imperial armament. However, everyone was puzzled. Could Xia Zhiyo use an imperial armament? One must know that even for a sacred land, they would have to pay an enormous price in order to use an imperial armament. But Senior, your body, the Jade Lake's sacred leader, was also worried. Lin Xian also walked up and said, "Senior, why don't we think of another way?" However, Xiajiu shook his head. "I'm already old. It doesn't make a difference whether I live a few more years or not. However, I want to do something for you guys before I die." This reincarnation protector was too arrogant. Also, did they really think that the primordium ancient mine was invincible? Today, I'll let them know that no one can be arrogant in this world. After saying that, he left with the Jade Lake sacred leader. Everyone was waiting anxiously. In the next moment, they felt a deep voice coming from the eastern wilderness. The sky of the eastern wilderness was completely shattered. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the sacred grounds and family clans in the true spirit world raised their heads, their faces filled with fear. What kind of aura was that? How could it be so terrifying? Heavens, could it be that this is the aura of an extreme weapon? Was the dark battle from back then happening again? One had to know that extreme Dao weapons were generally capable of suppressing an entire region. He wouldn't use it. However, at that moment, someone was actually planning to use an extreme grade weapon. Furthermore, it would appear that he was not only using the might of an extreme-grade weapon. He wanted to take away the extreme-grade weapon completely. Sure enough, people from the Gu and Yi families were equally shocked. Their extreme weapons also let out earth-shaking noises, as if they were responding. The eyes of the members of the Yi clan flickered. Naturally, they had also received the news. Were they going to attack the Origin Ancient Mine? The person sleeping inside was not ordinary at all. After thinking about it, the Yi clan decided not to make a move. On the other side, the eyes of the Gu family flickered. Gu Feng snorted coldly. Did these people really want to attack? An elder of the Gu family walked over and said in a deep voice, "Feng, you must not underestimate them." That Xia Jiuyo was an extremely terrifying figure. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have much lifespan left, he would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Now that he was going to consume his lifespan and use an extreme-grade weapon, would the people in the Origin Ancient Mine be able to withstand it? After Gu Feng heard that, he was also stunned. He was powerful, but the people in the Deathland should not be ordinary either. Could it be that they couldn't defeat Xia Jiuyo? At that moment, another elder also walked out. If he was really so terrifying, he would have long unified the world. There were also restrictions on them inside. Even their lifespan was not as long as they had imagined. Therefore, as for whether they could truly counterattack, it was still unknown. Let's wait and see. Just as everyone was discussing, Xia Jiuyo brought the desolate tower over. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. At that moment, he once again became the only one in the world. In an instant, he arrived at the Origin Ancient Mine. The void and earth around the Origin Ancient Mine were constantly shattering. Only the Death Land in front of him emitted an extremely terrifying aura as it resisted. At the same time, Spirit Saint King, who was in the Origin Ancient Mine, knelt on the ground in fright. The Reincarnation Protector beside him also used the Reincarnation Pagoda to resist with difficulty. However, he still couldn't resist it. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, an extreme-grade weapon. He could actually control an extreme-grade weapon. This really shocked him. Even the existences in the divine crystals began to sway. Among them, there was an elder who looked like a skeleton. At that moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What was going on? Why did it attract the aura of an extreme-grade weapon? In an instant, he received the news from Spirit Saint King. At the same time, outside the Origin Ancient Mine, Xia Jiuyo brought the desolate tower with him like a god. He said coldly, "The people inside, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to fight, or do you want to agree to our request? I'll only give you half an incense stick's worth of time to consider." Damn it, damn it, the Reincarnation Protector roared. Spirit Saint King also said, "Ancestor, they've gone too far. How dare they behave so atrociously in our territory? Do you want it?" Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying with a slap. "Trash! Who allowed you to target our Origin Ancient Mine with this kind of great emperor power? I've just recovered my power, and haven't recovered yet. Do you think I have a long lifespan? Stupid thing, you don't have the right to live anymore." "No. Ancestor, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Spirit Saint King Yenling was thoroughly terrified. He thought that their ancestor would fight the other party head-on. Who would have thought that their ancestor would actually admit defeat? The Reincarnation Protector's face was also cold. He said, "Don't worry, Senior. If you attack this time, I'll definitely contact the people of the buried Emperor Star and get them to provide you with all kinds of natural treasures." However, after he finished speaking, he felt a gaze that seemed to be piercing through him. "You're just a puny spirit saint. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? How dare you speak while standing? If it wasn't for the person behind you, you would have died 10,000 times already. the elder said coldly. Then he waved his hand and directly sealed the two of them and threw them out. In the next moment, everyone saw two figures fly out and kneel in the air. Then, a voice sounded from the primordium ancient mine. I don't want to fight with you. I also hope that you won't use your imperial weapon. Everything that happened before had nothing to do with me. It was all that idiot Spirit St. King's own actions. Now, I'll kill him and let you all calm down. After saying that, a power shot out and directly enveloped Spirit St. King, Spirit St. King. In the end, Spirit St. King turned into a bloody mist. His wandering soul was destroyed. Even his soul did not escape. Everyone was terrified. Oh my God, this primordium ancient mine was too terrifying. One had to know that Spirit St. King was a mid-stage Spirit St. King. He could fight several ordinary Spirit St. Kings alone. They could not defeat him. But now, the other party could kill such an existence with a single ray of light. It seemed that the other party's strength was definitely above that of a Spirit St. King. It had even reached an unimaginable level. It was no wonder that this place was called the Land of Death. The voice sounded again. As for the Reincarnation Protector, I won't care. You can do whatever you want with him. After saying that, the primordium ancient mine was actually sealed. The Reincarnation Protector's expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, he was actually abandoned by someone. In the next moment, when he felt the power of the weapon in the sky, he almost fainted from fright. Although he had the Reincarnation Pagoda, he was simply unable to fight against an extreme weapon. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Stop, I agree to your conditions. I'll open the reincarnation passage and send you all away." Chapter 44:20. What a joke. If he didn't lower his head, the other party's imperial weapon would be unleashed. He couldn't block it. Probably no one would be able to stop him. Therefore, he could only beg for mercy. Very well, then you can open the Reincarnation Valley. I'll only give you half a day. After saying that, the Reincarnation Protector quickly left. He wanted to reopen the Reincarnation Valley. At the same time, Xia Jiu looked around and said coldly, since he had already taken out the imperial weapon, he had to let it unleash some of its power. After saying that, he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it forward. Huang unleashed countless extreme Dao might. It flew in all directions. At this moment, countless experts in the world were torn apart. There were even sage kings that died. Everyone was terrified. They thought that it was the end of the world. However, Lin Xian and the others knew that this was killing. The mortal realm, Xia Jiu, was attacking the experts of the mortal realm. Sure enough, those who died were all experts of the mortal realm. However, he only killed sage kings and sage venerables. This was enough. It was definitely a heavy blow to the mortal realm. Sure enough, the remaining people also went into hiding. They probably wouldn't come out of the mortal realm for the next few thousand years. As for Xia Jiu, he returned the imperial weapon to the Jade Lake sacred ground. He returned to the divine palace by himself. Everyone was worried and followed him. When they saw Xia Jiu in the divine palace, their pupils shrank. It was the same for Lin Xian, whose face had turned extremely ugly, because the current Xia Jiu was hundreds of years older than before. It was as if he had one foot in the grave. Old Xia, Lin Xian's heart ached. He knew that Xia Jiu was burning his life force to unleash the imperial weapon in order to help them. He couldn't repay this kindness. Every sage king released their power, wanting to help Xia Jiu maintain it. However, Xia Jiu said that it was useless. The heavenly Tao reincarnation was gone. Someone could escape. All right, all of you can leave. Go and make your final preparations. The buried emperor star might not be simple. There might be new dangers. I can no longer help you. The sage kings nodded and bowed respectfully to Xia Zhiyo. Senior, we will remember this in our hearts. Then they quickly left, leaving only Lin Xian behind. Lin Xian took out many spirit medicines and rare treasures and placed them there. Xia Zhiyo said, I know you are worried, but my lifespan is almost up. These things are useless. Now I have something to pass on to you. That is the supreme technique that I created in my lifetime, the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody. Lin Xian shook his head. No, Elder Xia, you're already very weak. It was better for him to rest quickly. By the way, Elder Xia, I have something for you as well. I hope it will be helpful to you. Since these natural treasures were useless, Lin Xian decided to think of another way. After all, Xia Zhiyo had given him the sacred palace and provided him with great assistance. In fact, he even wanted to impart his lifelong knowledge to him. Lin Xian was unable to return the favor. He said, Senior, I once obtained a treasure by chance called the Eye of Time. I think he might be useful to you. Xia Zhiyo was stunned when he heard this. The Eye of Time? I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Have you heard of it? Xia Zhiyo nodded. Lin Xian gave the Eye of Time to Xia Zhiyo. Xia Zhiyo gave the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody to Lin Xian and said, This 9 Tribulations Divine Melody is the cultivation technique that I created in my lifetime. If I really die, help me pass on this cultivation technique. No one could live forever. Everyone would die. However, he could use another method to live. For example, they could pass on their peerless cultivation technique. Xia Zhiyo's life's supreme technique was the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody. It was very terrifying. A single immortal sound could split the reincarnation protector. One could imagine how terrifying it was. After Lin Xian received it, his expression turned solemn. Senior, don't worry. I will not disgrace your supreme technique. You may encounter new dangers after entering the Tibetan Earth Star. I will now help you activate the prelude to the divine melody and help you establish your foundation. Next, you will have to rely on yourself. Xia Zhiyo attacked. Endless sounds of the great Tao appeared around him, as if it had turned into a world of immortals. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a wondrous aura. It was as if the surrounding great Tao had become simple. He could obtain it at any time. This was truly too shocking. It was as if he had entered a very wondrous realm. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of the great Tao in the surroundings slowly disappeared. As for Xia Zhiyo, he vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, making him look even older. Lin Xian said, Old Xia, you can't use your strength anymore. Xia Zhiyo said, I'm really old. I've already helped you establish the foundation of the divine melody. When you reach the buried Emperor Star, go find someone called Wentian. He can help you. Wentian? Lin Xian was surprised. Who is this person? Xia Zhiyo said, It's a little fellow I saved back then. I don't know how much he has grown. All right, go quickly. The reincarnation valley should have already opened. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Then he personally opened the divine crystal and sealed Xia Zhiyo. Then he left. After leaving, he asked He Shan if there was any way to help Xia Zhiyo. He Shan thought for a moment and said, His lifespan is reaching its end. It's a normal cycle of death. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to save him. Of course, there were other methods. For example, the undying divine medicine. That thing could allow great emperors to live a second life. Others could naturally do the same. However, it was truly too rare. Only great emperors or extremely terrifying existences could possess it. Others simply couldn't obtain it. Or perhaps you can only find some extremely old medicines to maintain his life. However, that wasn't a solution. What if a remnant soul like you was resurrected? Lin Xian asked. He knew that under normal circumstances, He Shan should have died. However, he had used a peculiar method to come back alive. Heishan said, "It's too difficult. Furthermore, it's a 90% chance of survival. It's purely a coincidence that I was able to come back alive. Furthermore, I can't be considered to have truly come back alive. That's because I'm not completely dead. My remnant soul is still a soul." Indeed, He Shan's situation was different from Xia Zhuyo's. Lin Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "If I have the power of time, I can reverse the flow of time. Then, can I restore Xia Zhuyo?" Lin Xian still had a few eyes of time. Those were all life-saving means. Death could be reborn. He Shan nodded and said, "In theory, yes. However, it depends on how strong your power of time is." Generally, the power of time was very mysterious. Those who could master it were even rarer. If you didn't master it well, it would be useless. If you want to resurrect Xia Zhuyo, you have to find an expert with the power of time on par with him. Otherwise, it would be useless. It could only prolong his lifespan. There was no fundamental change. There were only a few possibilities for him to have a fundamental change. First, his cultivation base would break through, and his lifespan would increase. It seemed that this step was impossible for him. Second, the undying divine medicine could allow him to live a second life. It was also very difficult. Of course, there are two other possibilities. The first is the power of time that you mentioned. Find a strong enough power of time to continue. For example, the legendary space-time sword. Chapter 44:21. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing that. Each of these things was extremely difficult, but he decided to find them and help Xia Zhuyo. All right, let's go. Perhaps the buried emperor. Star has all of these things. Lin Xian took a deep breath and left with the others. When they arrived at the Reincarnation Valley, they found that it had opened again. The Reincarnation Protector stood there and said with a cold expression, "You can go in." He kept forming seals with his palms. The Reincarnation Pagoda in front of him bloomed with light, forming the 6 paths of reincarnation. Countless runes appeared in the surroundings. It seemed to be breaking the seal. Soon he said, "Yes, peerless sacred king," and the others said, "Let's go." Other than Lin Xian and the others, a portion of the sacred kings also wanted to go. Logically speaking, the Reincarnation Protector would definitely stop them. However, he did not dare to do so now. These people could go if they wanted to. If they really angered the Emperor Soldier, even 100 lives would not be enough. Moreover, did these people really think that they could be free after reaching the buried Emperor Star? He sneered in his heart. In the future, these people would know what despair was. A portion of the sacred kings stayed here. Since most of the human realm had been destroyed, there should not be much danger in the second astral realm. Therefore, they did not leave with them. As for those who left, they wanted to see how mystical the buried Emperor Star was. Moreover, they might want to pursue a higher path of the martial Tao. Just like that, the group walked into the Reincarnation Pagoda. Heaven and earth were reversed, and the sun and moon rotated. After an unknown period of time, they finally felt that the situation had stabilized. Next, they walked out and found that they were in a valley. It was similar to the Reincarnation Valley. Could it be that they had already arrived at the buried Emperor Star? These people looked around curiously. Lin Xian also carefully sensed. In the next moment, he felt that the aura here was indeed vaster than the true spirit world. There were even many kinds of extremely terrifying pressure. It came from different directions. It gave off an illusory feeling, like an extreme weapon. It should be the place where the emperor had fallen. Let's go. The group walked over. Suddenly, peerless sacred king frowned. Wait. The Kunlun Holy King also said that something was wrong. There seemed to be the auras of other holy kings in the surroundings. Damn it. Could there be someone waiting for us? From the looks of it, it wasn't good news. Everyone, be careful. We're not familiar with this place, so we can't be careless. Lin Xian and the others nodded and carefully flew forward. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, a cold voice came from the front. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, peerless holy king, and the others stopped what they were doing. They looked to the front, and their faces turned extremely cold. Suddenly, a saint king walked over from the front. The other party's aura was incomparably terrifying. There were various great daos intertwining beneath his feet. He stood there like a godly king with a cold smile on his face. Come with us. Where to? Kunlun Holy King frowned. That sage king coldly snorted. Now that you've arrived at the buried Emperor's Star, you'll naturally have to follow us to the heavenly paradise. What's wrong? Are you guys unwilling? These people's faces turned cold. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light as he looked around. Then he said coldly, if I follow you to the heavenly paradise, do I need to set up an inescapable net? There were at least 3 peerless formations around them. When these words came out, the other people's faces changed. 3 formations. What were these people trying to do? Were they trying to catch them all in one fell swoop? The Sage King also looked at Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect that a mere sacred venerate like you would be able to see through the formations. You've really surprised me, as expected of people who were able to come to the buried Emperor's Star. They were indeed people with top-notch talent. If people like you are properly nurtured, you might become very good puppets. Hearing the word puppet, everyone exclaimed. A genius from the 7-star pavilion said, What does a puppet mean? Aren't you going to take us in as your disciples? Ha ha! At this moment, the Sage King in front sneered. With just you guys? You guys are indeed talented to be able to come here. However, there are so many geniuses in the buried Emperor's Star. Does our heavenly paradise lack geniuses? At most, you guys will become our battle servants and puppets. Damn it! Damn it! These people's faces became incomparably ugly. They had gone through untold hardships to come to the buried Emperor's Star. They didn't expect that they would be treated like this. One must know that whether it was in the 2nd-star realm or the true spirit world, they were the most dazzling existences. However, in this place they could only become puppets. What a joke! The Crimson Dragon also coldly snorted. What if we don't agree? If we don't agree, we'll die. The Sage King also roared and waved his hand. Instantly, more than 10 figures appeared around him. They were all Sage Kings. There were even more sacred venerates appearing in the distance. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. How could there be so many people? The limitless Sage King and the others' faces became incomparably ugly. How were they going to fight? The peerless Sage King took a deep breath. Do you guys want to be puppets? If you don't want to, then we can only fight with our backs against the wall. Everyone, we've already come this far. We won't just admit defeat like this, right? The other Sage Kings said. Naturally, they wouldn't. Their eyes also burst out with a biting cold radiance. All right, let's fight then. The Kunlun Sage King also walked out and looked at Heishan. Fellow Daoist, please break the formation. We'll lead our people to fight against these Sage Kings. As for the other disciples, they would take the opportunity to leave quickly. Soon, everyone came up with a plan. Heishan formed hand seals and began to attack the 3 great formations. His attainments in formations were terrifying. Therefore, no one was worried. As for the Sage Kings, they roared and walked forward. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were preparing to break out of the encirclement and escape. A bunch of ants actually want to fight against us? You guys don't know what's good for you. In front, the Sage Kings of the buried Emperor's Star sneered. Then the leader waved his hand. The others also rushed over. A terrifying battle between Sage Kings broke out once again. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. They also quickly flew in all directions. The sacred venerates in the distance charged over. Do you guys want to leave? These were all peak sacred venerates. Their strength was extremely terrifying. In their opinion, they were the people of the buried Emperor Star. While these people had just arrived, no matter how terrifying they were in other worlds, they would be easily suppressed in their world. But soon, they realized that they were wrong. For example, two old men came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Stop, little brat, stop. You seem to know a lot about formations, so I can let you live." However, Lin Xian punched out. That old man shouted angrily, "You're courting death." He also attacked forcefully, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. In an instant, he collided with the man-ruler seal. Then there was a cracking sound. His body was torn apart. How is this possible? He was stunned. His soul wanted to escape. In the end, he was instantly suppressed by the Taiji diagram, and his soul was destroyed. His other companion was also dumbfounded. Didn't this guy come from another backward world? How could he be so powerful? He could suppress the experts of the buried Emperor Star with just one attack. Damn it, he has a treasure on him. The old man roared and took out a sage artifact. It was a sage saber. It bloomed with radiance and slashed down. It caused the world to change. As for Lin Xian, he sneered and struck out with the mountain-embracing seal. It descended from the sky and turned the old man into nothingness. After easily dealing with these two people, Lin Xian and the others continued forward. It was the same in other places. For example, Chao Tiansheng, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, Linghu Chue Xue, and the others all displayed extremely powerful strength. This caused the sacred venerates of the buried Emperor Star to be in disbelief. Chapter 44:22. Of course, not everyone was as powerful as Lin Xian, who could kill the experts of the buried Emperor Star. In fact, the experts of the buried Emperor Star were very terrifying. Most people could not resist them. They could only join hands. However, there were many people on the buried Emperor Star. Thus, a great battle broke out. Soon, some people died. The battle on the Sacred King's side was the same. Soon, some Sacred Kings were injured. The 7-star Sacred King was injured, and his body was torn apart. On the other side, the peerless Sacred King was also sent flying while vomiting blood. Master Linghu Chue Xue and the other's eyes turned red. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. The peerless Sacred King had been poisoned by the despair poison. Although he was suppressed by the extreme Tao might, he was not in his peak state. That was why he was injured in the fight. "Don't come over. Quickly leave," the peerless Sacred King and the others shouted. They attacked even more crazily. "Let's go!" Lin Xian and the others roared. They gritted their teeth and quickly attacked the peerless Sacred King, and the others gave them an opportunity. They could not give up. However, there were too many people on the buried Emperor Star, an inescapable net. Therefore, in the end, these people were scattered. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also separated. He was attacked from all directions. He roared towards the sky, and a terrifying power swept through everything. However, he was unable to meet up with the others. "Big Brother Xian, don't worry. Let's leave this place and meet up later." Murong Qingcheng transmitted his voice. Shen Jingqiu also nodded. They all had trump cards and secret techniques. Thus, they were not worried. Lin Xian was the same. Since that was the case, they would charge out first. Ka, ka, ka. Under He Shan's attack, cracks finally appeared on the 3 great arrays. "Quickly leave." Countless people rushed in all directions. As for the buried Emperor Star's experts, they coldly snorted. "You want to escape in front of us? With just you?" They roared, and used an inescapable net to chase after them again. Everyone was fleeing. However, some people were quickly caught up. They were either suppressed or killed. His astral soul was destroyed, and his blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Lin Xian did not leave immediately. Originally, he wanted to leave, but he saw that Peerless Holy King's situation was very bad. Previously, Peerless Sage King had the help of Wuji Sage King and Kunlun Sage King. But in the end, these 2 Saint Kings were also surrounded by the powerhouses and could only fight for themselves. With that, Peerless Saint King's situation became even worse. Su Chen activated the Void Escape and appeared near Peerless Holy King. He used the Grand Sage Pagoda to block the attack for him. Then, he quickly left with Peerless Holy King. Junior brother, hurry up and leave. I can still hold on. Peerless Sacred King gritted his teeth as he unleashed the devouring precept. Lin Xian shook his head and walked with him. As he spoke, he controlled the dragon-shaped sword Qi and tore through the void. A Saint King led a team and chased after them. In his opinion, Peerless Saint King was severely injured. Lin Xian was not a Saint King. Therefore, a single Saint King was enough. Moreover, he had brought a powerful team with him. There were 2 half-step kings and 5 peak Saint Venerables among them. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. Those 2 would definitely not be able to escape. He followed them all the way. This guy actually knew the spatial mystique. The Saint King was shocked. He realized that Lin Xian appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Every time he tore through the void, he would escape. This greatly surprised him. The spatial mystique was extremely rare. Finally, they arrived at a deserted mountain range. The 2 landed and heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they should be able to escape from them. Peerless Saint King's face was pale. It was obvious that he could no longer suppress the poison of despair. He no longer used his strength. Instead, he used his extreme danger to suppress it. At the same time, he wondered how the others were doing. How many would be able to escape in the end? Indeed, Lin Xian was also worried. Other than a few elite powerhouses, those with trump cards like him would be able to escape. The others would probably be suppressed. Probably not many Saint Kings would be able to escape. Are you still worried about others? You should worry about yourselves first. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Lin Xian and Peerless Saint King's pupils constricted. Were they discovered? They suddenly raised their heads and saw the Saint King in the sky, who was wearing battle armor, walking in the air and laughing coldly. There were a few figures following behind him, and they also had cold smiles on their faces. They formed an inescapable net, enveloping Lin Xian and Peerless Saint King. Be obedient and surrender. You won't be able to escape. Damn it, if I wasn't poisoned, how could I let him be so arrogant? Peerless Saint King gritted his teeth. Indeed, although this person from the buried Emperor Star was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. However, the poison of despair in his body prevented him from using his full strength. Is he going to use his trump card? Lin Xian's face darkened. There was a terrifying aura in his eyes. However, when he used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look around, he frowned. This was because he discovered that there were other people around. Even if he could kill this Saint King in that case, would he be able to kill the others? How many times could he use the great dragon sword soul? Therefore, he said, I'll go with you. However, you have to let my senior brother go. You want me to let a Saint King go? What a joke. The Saint King in the sky sneered. Also, who do you think you are? How dare you make such a request in front of me? I'm a top genius from another world. If I join you, I'll be of great use to you. Moreover, I'm proficient in formations. I'll be of great help to you. If you don't plan on letting anyone go, I won't go with you. Hearing this, the other party laughed. Kid, aren't you overestimating yourself? So, what if you're a genius? Do you think we lack geniuses? When Lin Xian heard this, he was not angry. He looked at one of the half-step Saint Kings and waved his hand. Come here. Do you want to die? That half-step Saint King was instantly enraged. This kid was provoking them. What a joke. His opponent was only a mid-stage Saint Venerable. However, the Saint King in the armor said, "Go ahead and fight him. Don't hold back. If he can't block your attack, then he's a piece of trash. It won't be a pity even if he dies." Yes, the half-step Saint King nodded. Then he sneered. "Kid, you're courting death. You can't blame me." He walked out, and the power in his body continued to surge. The others all sneered. To them, this was a battle without any suspense. However, Lin Xian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of his opponent. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Spatial superpower. His opponent actually knew such a technique. The half-step Saint King was also stunned. Then he sneered. "Useless kid. You can't even break through my defense. Go to hell." He slapped out. Indeed, he did not hold back this time. A half-step Saint King could defeat any Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's man-ruler print directly slapped his opponent's arm. With a crack, his opponent's arm turned into a bloody mist. He flew backward. Then, half of his body shattered. Chapter 44:23. The Buried Emperor's Men were stunned. A half-step Holy King was severely injured just like that. Lin Xian retracted his palm and laughed coldly. "What a piece of trash. You can't even block one of my attacks." Then he looked at the War Armor Holy King and said coldly, "What do you think? Am I valuable now?" The War Armor Holy King stopped laughing. He was really shocked. How could there be such a powerful expert in other worlds, even in the Buried Emperor's world? This person would be a dazzling existence. He had fought with someone who was a few levels higher than him and even won. Such a genius was rare. If he could bring such a person back to the Grotto Heaven, it would be a great contribution. So he nodded. "This kid is arrogant. But you do have the right to be arrogant." "Very well. I agree to your conditions. Let him go." "Holy King," the surrounding people exclaimed. The War Armor Holy King snorted coldly. "What? You dare to go against my words?" The others felt numb and shook their heads. They did not dare to go against the Holy King. The War Armor Holy King said indifferently, "This person obviously could not use his full strength. It meant that he was severely injured. Such a person would not be able to recover. Even if he was alive, he would not be a threat to us. I can exchange him for a peerless genius. Don't you think it's worth it?" After saying that, he stared at the unparalleled Holy King and sneered. "I can let you go, but this saint artifact of yours will be mine." Then he grabbed the unparalleled Holy Sword. The unparalleled Holy King's face darkened. How could he let his opponent take his weapon away? So he tried to block it. However, he was too injured and could not block it. In an instant, his unparalleled sword was caught. Then that person slapped unparalleled Saint King's body, sending unparalleled Saint King flying. His laughter rang out in the air. Lin Xian's eyes turned red in an instant as an extremely cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. But soon it disappeared. He knew that it was not the right time. He quickly transmitted a message. "Senior brother, you should leave first and recover. Don't worry about me. They won't kill me. Also, I will avenge you today. I will not let this person go. I will make him regret what he has done today." Lin Xian was completely enraged. He took a deep breath and asked the people in front of him, "How should I address you?" "My name is Holy Monarch Stardust," the Battle Armor Saint King said calmly. Then he stared at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian said, "Star Saint King, right? What you did to my senior brother today. In the future, I will definitely return it 100-fold." Hearing these words, The people of buried Emperor Star were stunned. Is he challenging a Saint King? Was this guy tired of living? Sacred King Xingchen was also taken aback before he burst into laughter. Brat, you are very courageous. You actually dared to release your killing intent towards me. How dare you threaten me? However, I won't kill you. I want to see how you're going to pay me back 100-fold. Even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you will never be my opponent. Sacred King Xingchen was not worried, although Lin Xian's talent was extremely strong. So what? People from other worlds who entered their heavenly abode were puppets. No matter how strong they would never be able to do anything to them. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Come with me. The Holy Star Monarch waved his hand and unleashed a sky full of starlight that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not resist. Since he had already decided to return with the other party, he would not go back on his word. Moreover, he wanted to return and stay by this person's side. He swore that he would personally deal with this person, and it would not take too long. Junior brother. In the distant void, Peerless Saint King gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. Damn it! He did not expect that he would be in such a situation when he came to buried Emperor Star. He could only leave and recuperate from his injuries. Then he would kill his way back. A vortex appeared in the Devour Law and enveloped his body. Then he disappeared between heaven and earth. As for the other Saint Kings, some died, and some were captured. Only a small number of them managed to escape. It was the same for the young disciples. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. Lin Xian was enveloped by endless stars after an unknown amount of time. Finally, he felt it stop. These people quickly descended. Then, the stars on his body turned into seals that enveloped his body to prevent him from escaping. Lin Xian had no intention of escaping. He looked around curiously. This was the legendary heavenly abode. The so-called heavenly abode was actually a sect. It was just that the name was different. After Lin Xian arrived, he also knew why this sect was called Heavenly Abode, because there was a cave in front of him that looked very simple and unadorned. However, when he entered the cave, it was a completely different world. It was as if it was a new world, incomparably vast. Endless mountains and rivers, all kinds of spirit veins and spirit springs intertwined. So this was Heavenly Abode. Lin Xian felt that there were many Saint King auras here. Obviously, the martial Tao in this place was much stronger than the true spirit world and the second astral realm, because in the second astral realm, the Saint King was the Lord of the Saint City, an existence that swept through heaven and earth, but it seemed that here they were only at the elder level. I wonder what kind of existence is at the top here. Is it a supreme saint or above? Greetings, Elder Xingchen. Along the way, many people looked at Elder Xingchen and quickly bowed. Although there were many Saint Kings here, they were not cabbages. Those who could become Saint Kings were at least at the elder level. As they bowed and greeted, they looked at Lin Xian curiously. Could it be that this was the newly recruited puppet? Saint King Xingchen said to the people behind him, "All right, you guys go and inquire about how the rest are doing. Leave this kid to me. Follow me." Saint King Xingchen said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian followed him into the heavenly abode. Along the way, they passed through many formations and finally arrived. In a mountain range, there was a lake in front of them. Saint King Xingchen walked over and said respectfully to the lake, "I seek an audience with Elder Shuiwei." As his voice fell, after a while, the lake in front of them slowly split open. It formed a passage. Saint King Xingchen led Lin Xian inside. After entering, the lake on both sides healed again. Lin Xian went to the bottom of the lake. He found that there was indeed a different world inside. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura in front of him. Obviously, The Saint King inside was very terrifying. That aura felt no weaker than the reincarnation protector. Could it be a late-stage Saint King? As expected, Sacred Star Monarch was also very respectful as he stepped forward. He went forward and greeted Elder Shuewe. In front, a woman turned her head. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue Taoist robe. Her eyes were like the moon, carrying a mysterious light as she looked over. Chapter 44:24. Was this person the puppet this time? Why was he alone? Where were the others? Elder Shuewe, this time, the people from the other world were very strong. They actually broke the formation and escaped. We split up and suppressed them. I suppressed them. This person is very extraordinary. Although he is only a mid-stage Saint Venerable, he entered a half-step Saint King with his own strength. Oh, Elder Shuewe was also stunned after hearing this. Then a cold light appeared in her eyes. You said he was a peerless genius? That's right. Saint King Shing Chen nodded. Elder Shuewe said, I have to test it myself. As he spoke, a ray of moonlight appeared in his eyes. It slashed over like a heavenly blade. This power was suppressed to the strength of a half-step Saint King. Obviously, she wanted to test Lin Xian's strength. Was it that strong? Lin Xian used the man-ruler seal and directly charged over, shattering the ray of moonlight. He did not hold back because he knew that if he wanted to survive in such a place, he had to show great talent and strength. As expected, Elder Shuewe's eyes lit up. He was indeed a top genius. Xing Chun, you did well this time. When the time comes, you will definitely be rewarded. Saint King Xing Chun smiled. Thank you, Elder Shuewe. Elder Shuewe nodded. I will use the life and death curse on him now. Then Saint King Xing Chun left. Only Lin Xian was left. Elder Shuewe in front of him kept forming seals with her palms. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. It formed a very mysterious rune in her hand and then floated in the lake water. She caught it with a bowl and said, Drink it, life and death curse. Just by hearing the name, it seemed to be able to control the life and death of others. Su Chen took a deep breath. This was the method that the other party used to control him. After receiving it, he drank it. The next moment, he felt that the rune was quickly working in his body. It was like his soul imprint, able to make others submit to him in their souls. What a terrifying method. Okay, you stay here for 3 days. Wait for the life and death curse to merge with you before you leave. Lin Xian nodded and sat down cross-legged. It seemed like he was waiting for the fusion. At the same time, he quickly mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to destroy the power of the life and death curse. He used his full strength because he only had 3 days to do so. After 3 days, it would be even more troublesome to kill them. The power of the great dragon sword spirit was indeed very strong. In 3 days, the power of the life and death curse was destroyed. As for Lin Xian, just in case, he used the great dragon sword soul to create a fake life and death curse to prevent the other party from probing. 3 days later, he stood up and respectfully greeted Elder Shuewe. Elder Shuewe nodded. Very well, you can go. In the future, pledge your loyalty to us. Thousand Mountain Grotto, I will help you become a Saint King as soon as possible. He did not have the slightest doubt because, in his opinion, even a Saint King of the same level would not be able to undo his life and death curse, let alone a Saint Venerable. No one had ever been able to escape the control of the life and death curse, which was why he didn't investigate. But little did he know that Lin Xian was an exception. Lin Xian was the successor of the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian turned and walked out, leaving the bottom of the lake. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, but he quickly returned to normal. His expression became cold. Then someone brought Lin Xian away. He temporarily settled down. He waited for the mission. During this time, Lin Xian also learned that this grotto was called Thousand Mountain Grotto. It was one of the overlords of this area. This area was very vast, and there were a total of 6 grotto heavens. Thousand Mountain Grotto was one of them. But where exactly was this buried Emperor's star? What were the top sects on the buried Emperor's star? Lin Xian did not know any of this. However, he believed that the longer he stayed here, the more he would learn about it. He just did not know which holy city was connected to the Thousand Mountain Grotto and the second astral realm. Also, were these grotto heavens related to the human realm? Lin Xian was also very curious. After that, Lin Xian received the order to go and cultivate. Hence, he followed the order. The Thousand Mountain Grotto was very vast, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a world. Therefore, there were all kinds of cultivation resources. This time, he went to a valley to cultivate. In the valley, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Obviously, there were many spirit veins below. There were even dragon veins. One had to admit that the resources on the buried Emperor's star were really good. No wonder there were so many experts and geniuses here. Before entering the valley, Lin Xian felt many terrifying auras coming from inside. There were even people. Obviously, he was not the only one cultivating here. Kid, go in. The person leading him was a young man. At this moment, he had an impatient expression. Lin Xian ignored him and walked in. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, the young man sneered. He was really courting death. Did he think that he was a high and mighty genius from another world? Here, he was just an ant in the mud. Just wait. Soon, this kid would know the meaning of despair. He did not leave. Instead, he stood there and waited, watching the show. Indeed, when Lin Xian entered the valley, countless gazes in the valley turned to look at him. Then, they looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes shone with a biting cold light. Lin Xian also looked over and found that there were many people here. Moreover, they were all young and their auras were very powerful. They were all Saint Venerables, and many of them were peak Saint Venerables. Wait, just as Lin Xian wanted to continue walking in and find a place to cultivate, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian stopped and looked over with a frown. Soon he saw someone walk over and block his path. Kid, I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Lin Xian nodded. That person was stunned. He was really new. Which world did he come from? In the true spirit world, Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the others were also shocked. The person who blocked the way was also stunned. The true spirit world was not an ordinary place, but soon he smiled. Since he was new, he would do things according to the rules and hand over the things. What things? Lin Xian frowned. That person sneered. Of course, it's the things in your storage ring. It's your first day here, and you haven't brought anything to show your filial piety to us. Show your filial piety? Lin Xian's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Is there such a rule in the Thousand Mountain Cave? Lin Xian was thoroughly angry. That man was also angry. Kid, you are very arrogant. Is it so great to come from the true spirit world? So what if you are a top genius in the true spirit world? You have been planted with a life and death curse here. Then you are a battle servant, a puppet. You are the most inferior existence. Everyone is the same. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today and let you know the rules here. Chapter 44:25. This man gave off a terrifying aura. He was a late-stage holy venerate. At this moment, he wanted to show his strength to Lin Xian. The others also looked like they were watching a show. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned. Everyone was the same? That meant that these people were also combat servants? Xiao Chen originally thought that they were disciples of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. He did not expect them to be people from other worlds that were forced to suppress them. There were already so many combat servants. Furthermore, they were so strong. This thousand-mountain paradise was really horrifying. However, if the other party wanted to show his strength, he probably found the wrong person. Xiao Chen said coldly, "Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Rude? Let's see how rude you are going to be." That man also became angry. Countless terrifying flames appeared on his body as if they wanted to burn the 9 heavens. Although they were combat servants and had been cursed with life and death, they could not control themselves. However, aside from being controlled by the people of the thousand-mountain paradise, they were like ordinary people. They also had their own conflicts. Hence, this person wanted to make a move at this moment. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, "Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish." As Xiao Chen spoke, he threw a palm strike. "You are seeking death." That person also threw a punch over. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian, a middle-stage holy venerate, wanted to challenge a late-stage holy venerate? What a joke. The people here were all geniuses who could fight above their cultivation level. This newcomer was probably going to be unlucky. However, the result surprised them. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian was not injured at all after that attack. As for the man from before, he exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Frenzied roars could be heard. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. "Damn, it's even an expert." Immediately, 2 people walked over, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Both of them were late-stage holy venerates. When the 2 of them worked together, their strength was even more terrifying. However, Lin Xian blasted both of them apart with one punch. Bloody mist spread out as horrifying roars rang out. The person outside the valley was stunned. Originally, he wanted to see how Lin Xian would be unlucky. However, he did not see it. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. At the same time, he saw 6 or 7 figures standing up around him. They all walked towards Lin Xian. These guys couldn't be thinking of attacking, right? If they really fought, the entire valley would probably be destroyed. He quickly took out the token and transmitted his voice. 6 figures walked out and said coldly, "Kid, you're too arrogant. It seems that you are very strong. But can you resist the 6 of us attacking at the same time? Today, I'll let you know what rules are." The 6 of them exuded a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. Everyone, stop. Hearing this voice, the 6 people's faces changed. The other people in the valley also took a deep breath. None of them dared to speak. He even lowered his head. Lin Xian turned around and saw 2 figures walking out of the valley. One of them was the man who had brought him here earlier. However, there was a woman standing before him. She was wearing green clothes. His aura was similarly very strong, reaching the level of a late-stage holy venerate. However, when the people inside saw her, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. They were very afraid. Lin Xian was surprised. He guessed that this woman should be a true disciple of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Her identity was not ordinary. Sure enough, after the woman walked over, she said coldly, "Who allowed you to fight here? Each of the 9 of you will be struck by 1,000,000 lightning bolts." The moment she said that, the expressions of those people changed. The 2 people who were injured by Lin Xian earlier also turned pale. They quickly begged for mercy. "Fairy Qingqing, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." They were all late-stage holy venerates, and their cultivation was not weaker than the other parties. However, they were battle servants, and the other party was a disciple. The difference was too great. In front of the other party, they had no chance of resisting at all. Fairy Qingqing snorted coldly. "Now you know how to be afraid. Why didn't you do it earlier? Get ready to accept it." As he said that, he waved his hand, and a bracelet flew out and enlarged in the sky. Immediately, millions of lightning bolts struck down, enveloping Lin Xian and the others. As for the others, they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only endure it silently. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and sent the lightning bolts flying. Seeing this scene, the people in the valley were stunned. They were about to go crazy. This guy dared to rebel against him? Did he know his current identity? The woman was also stunned. She instantly frowned. Do you want to die? Who is this person? The young man next to her was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Fairy, this person is a newcomer who just came in. A newcomer dares to be so arrogant? Is he not under the control of the life and death curse? How is that possible? He has already taken the life and death curse. After taking the life and death curse, he still dares to resist? She once again struck out millions of lightning bolts at Lin Xian, but they were all sent flying by Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian said coldly, "Although I took the life and death curse, I only listened to the orders of Elder Shueyue. You attacked me for no reason, so don't blame me for being impolite." You. Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. She couldn't help but want to attack. However, at this moment, the young man next to her seemed to have thought of something and said this person was brought here by the sacred ruler of the stars. He said that he was a little special. Perhaps there really was something special about him. Who knows? After Fairy Qingqing heard this, she snorted coldly. Is that so? Then I'll first find out what's so special about him. If not, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. With that, she put away the thunder bracelet and turned to leave. After she left, the people in the valley heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. The 6 people from before didn't dare to attack again. Instead, they respectfully invited Lin Xian in. After all, they were puppets. This was the first person who dared to use this identity to fight against a real disciple and come out unscathed. Therefore, the people in the valley were in awe of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He directly chose the best place to cultivate, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the power he was cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Lin Xian's cultivation also improved steadily. On this day, the sacred ruler of the stars personally came and descended on the valley. Everyone in the valley became nervous again. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, it soon disappeared. The sacred ruler of the stars looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, come with me. I have a mission for you." Hearing this, Lin Xian rose into the air and flew forward. At the same time, the sacred ruler of the stars found another person. That young man also left. The 2 of them followed the sacred ruler of the stars and walked into the distance. Chapter 44:26. Very soon, they arrived at a place. It was a plaza, and there were already many people gathered there. Some of them were like them, wearing battle armor. They seemed to be puppets. Some of them were wearing Taoist robes and had arrogant looks on their faces. Clearly, these were the true disciples. There were a total of 5 true disciples. As for puppets like Lin Xian, there were 20 of them. They seemed to be there to protect him. Very soon, a young man among the 5 took the lead. They soared into the sky and rode on a huge flying sword, flying into the distance. The purpose of this trip was very simple. These people from the 1,000 Mountain Paradise were going to participate in an auction. Lin Xian and the others were in charge of protecting them. He discovered that these people were all experts, other than him, who was a middle-stage Saint Venerate. Half of the others were late-stage Saint Venerates. There were even many peak Saint Venerates. Among them, there were actually 2 half-step Saint Kings. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful. This flying sword was very huge, like a huge dragon. There were actually many palaces on it. At this moment, the 5 disciples were sitting inside, resting. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were standing outside, defending. Lin Xian stood there, silently circulating his laws and cultivating. His only goal now was to break through to the Saint King realm as soon as possible. Or rather, he had to reach the Saint King realm. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself on the buried Emperor's star. "It's you again." At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Following that, a woman walked over. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that it was the woman from before. She was called Fairy Qingqing. Lin Xian saw her and nodded silently. Then he expressionlessly turned his head. Fairy Qingqing clenched her teeth in anger. This guy was too arrogant. Did he really think that she wouldn't dare to attack him? At this moment, a figure walked over and said, "Junior sister, what's going on?" This person was also wearing battle armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. However, his battle armor was blue, while Lin Xian's puppet's battle armor was black. The armored man was also stunned when he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. "It's you?" Man Lin Xian also looked at him and frowned. It was actually him. This person was the one who had followed Jingyun in the true spirit world. Back then, he had forcefully defeated him. Who would have thought that the other party was from the 1,000 Mountain Cave? Was Jingyun from the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven? It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. "Senior brother Mo, do you know him?" Qing Qing was also surprised. Mo Feng's face turned incomparably ugly. How could she not recognize him? He had fought with the other party before, and had even been injured by the other party. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party. Of course, he couldn't say anything about this. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly embarrassed in front of his junior sister. Therefore, he said, "When I went to the true spirit world to train, I saw this kid. I didn't expect him to be captured by our paradise. It really surprised me. Brat, see how I'll torture you to death once you fall into my hands." As he said that, he sent a slap toward Lin Xian. The expressions of the surrounding puppets changed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and sent out a slap as well. It hit Mo Feng's face and sent him flying. The surrounding puppets were stunned. "Oh my God! This guy dared to attack." The person who came with Lin Xian in the valley was also shocked. Lin Xian was truly a ferocious man. Fairy Qingqing was also stunned. "Oh my God! This guy is too arrogant." However, when did his senior brother become so weak? "Damn brat, you dare to attack me? Kneel down." Mo Feng roared crazily. He couldn't defeat the other party, but now the other party was a puppet, and he was the master. The other party had to submit to him. However, Lin Xian stood there unmoved. His eyes were emitting a cold light. Damn it, what's going on? Wasn't he under the life and death curse? Mo Feng was also stunned. The noise here alarmed the people inside. Soon, 3 figures walked out. The leader was a very handsome man. He frowned and said, "What's going on?" "Senior brother Qi, this brat dared to attack me." Fairy Qingqing said it out loud. The man frowned and looked at Mo Feng. His expression changed. "You were injured by him?" Mo Feng's expression changed. It was too embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was careless. I didn't expect him to dare to fight back." Senior brother Qi nodded and looked at Lin Xian. "A puppet actually dared to attack us. Don't you know that we are your masters? You have to submit to us if we ask you to." Lin Xian stood there and said coldly, "I only submit to Elder Shui Yu. Moreover, I received orders from him to protect your safety. However, this doesn't mean that I can be suppressed by you at will. Previously, this person attacked me for no reason and even wanted to torture me. I naturally won't let him have his way." When these words came out, these people all frowned. It was the first time they saw such an arrogant battle servant. Lin Xian said coldly, "If you don't agree or are dissatisfied with the orders I received, go to Elder Shui Yu. Then let's go find Elder Shui Wei and see what she has to say." Hearing the name Elder Shui Yu, these people's expressions changed, and their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to provoke such an existence. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His guess was right. This Elder Shui Yu was an extremely powerful figure in the Thousand Mountain Cave. No one would dare to provoke him. Fairy Ching Ching also said, "Senior brother, this brat is very strange. It is said that he was brought here by the Star Sage King alone. He seems to be a top genius. Perhaps he really received these orders." Senior brother Chi nodded. "A top genius? All right, I will let bygones be bygones for now. However, you'd better not act recklessly. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." At the end of his words, an extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. Lin Xian was completely fine with this. If these people didn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered. If these people wanted to attack him again, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. The surrounding battle servants were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so bold. Following that, it became very quiet. The huge flying sword flew all the way and finally landed in a city. This was a huge city. It was very wide, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was like an immemorial beast. After landing inside, Lin Xian and the others felt that there were many experts in this city. There were even the auras of sage kings. In addition, there were many young geniuses. There were also powerful warriors. Obviously, this should be the place of the auction. The 5 people in front walked on their own. The man in the lead was called Senior Brother Chi. In addition to him, there were 2 men and 2 women. Senior Brother Chi said, "The things we want, perhaps people from other grotto heavens will also sell. However, no matter who fights with us, we must get it." Chapter 44:27. Qianquan Auction. The scene was very lively. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they found that it was a very spacious hall. There were many people inside, and there were even more experts. Senior Brother Chi and the others went straight to the best room with their identities from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. The furnishings inside were very exquisite, and there were also very precious ambergris. The fragrance emitted by this kind of perfume, after inhaling it into the body, would make people feel refreshed and their souls strengthened. Lin Xian felt it and nodded slightly. Indeed, this was a big show, as expected of the buried Emperor Star. There were a few windows in front, and they could clearly see the scene outside. Lin Xian looked over and found that there were many other people besides them who had been invited to such a place. It seemed that these people had extraordinary identities as well. Lin Xian even felt the aura of a sage king. In front, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto were whispering. Among them, Fairy Ching Ching gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't expect the people from the Green Hill Grotto to be here too." Another person said, "I see that the people from the vast mountain grotto are here too." Hearing these 2 names, Lin Xian was stunned. He naturally knew these 2 names because he had participated in the grotto's test. He had even obtained the token of the vast mountain grotto. However, he didn't have the chance at all. After he came, he was suppressed by these people. Therefore, it was impossible for him to go to the vast mountain grotto now. Moreover, looking at the attitude of the Thousand Mountain Grotto, they treated people from other worlds as if they were fighting. If he went to other grotto heavens, it would be the same. After a while, the hall below quietened down. Rays of light shone in the sky, and a crystal platform appeared. Then, a middle-aged man walked out. After seeing this middle-aged man, countless people exclaimed in surprise. It was actually the Great Elder. It seemed like there would be quite a lot of good stuff in this auction. Yes, for the Great Elder to be the host, it definitely wouldn't let them down. These people clenched their fists. Lin Xian also looked at the other party and was surprised. The middle-aged man below should be a Sage King. Moreover, judging from his aura, he was equivalent to Sage King Yanling, a middle-stage Sage King. It was such a waste for such a person to be the host of the auction. At the front, Mo Feng said, the Great Elder had his own rules. When he took action, he would auction off 9 items. It seems that what we want is in one of the 9. Senior Brother Qi nodded in agreement. He was determined to get it this time. By now, the Great Elder had already made his move. He took out a treasure bottle from his storage ring. This was the Lotus Vase, an extremely rare saint artifact. He began to introduce the effects of the Lotus Aquarius and used it on the spot. The people in the surroundings were astonished. This was indeed a treasure. Even Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. However, when he heard the price, he rolled his eyes. It was too expensive. It was almost twice as expensive as he had imagined. However, it was indeed a good item. Although it was not a Saint King's weapon, it could be said that it was the best item below a Saint King's weapon. Indeed, even the eyes of the disciples of the paradise up ahead turned red. All of a sudden, many people began to bid. In the end, it was obtained by an old man. Next, the second item appeared. It was also a saint artifact. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. The eyes of the surrounding battle servants turned red as well. If they could obtain such a weapon, their strength would definitely increase exponentially. However, Lin Xian was very calm. Although such a weapon was good, it was nothing to him. After all, the weapons in his hands were all Saint King's weapons. Of course, there were probably not many young people like him. The third item was an old medicine. It was very old, and it was cut out from a strange stone. Therefore, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He also began to bid. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the surrounding people were stunned. The battle servants couldn't believe it. Even the people from the 5,000 mountain grottos ahead turned their heads. Among them, Mo Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, who allowed you to bid?" Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. "Why, do you have a problem with that? I said that my mission is to ensure your safety. Apart from that, I'm afraid you can't restrict me." After saying that, he actually made another bid. This made Mo Feng vomit blood. The surrounding disciples of the 1,000 mountain paradise gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. They had never seen such an arrogant battle servant. It seemed that they had to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, Senior Brother Qi had indeed said, "Okay, shut up." After saying that, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light as he looked down. It turned out that the third treasure had been bought by someone, and the fourth item had appeared. As soon as it appeared, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Many people instantly stood up. Obviously, the item that appeared was extraordinary. It was very extraordinary. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A shocking light appeared in his eyes. 9 revolution flames fruit. It was a very precious spiritual medicine. Moreover, it was a fire attribute spiritual medicine. It was very rare. Lin Xian had been to so many worlds and starry skies, but he had not seen it. He did not expect to see it as soon as he arrived at the buried Emperor Star. 4 fire attribute sages. This thing was simply a supreme sacred medicine. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who was of great use to him, because this thing could increase the power of his 9 young divine body. The others naturally knew the effect of this spiritual fruit. Therefore, they all opened their eyes wide. However, when they heard the price, many people sighed, because the price at the beginning was not inferior to that of a Sage King's weapon. It was estimated that the price would be even higher. For a moment, no one dared to bid. However, someone soon opened his mouth. This time, the price was not measured in divine crystals but in dragon marrow. Therefore, the person who had just appeared directly shouted 1,000 dragon marrow. This surprised countless people. There were many experts and powerhouses here, so the price soon reached 2,000 dragon marrow. This shocked countless people again. Dragon marrow, how precious it was! It was not plain water. Every drop was incomparably precious. However, at this moment, these powerhouses were taking it out one after another. One could imagine how precious the 9 Revolution Flames fruit was. 3,000 drops of dragon marrow. At this moment, a voice rang out and reverberated in the hall. Everyone was stunned. Directly adding 1,000 drops of dragon marrow? Who was this person? What a bold tone. The voice came from above. Countless people raised their heads and looked in that direction. Then they said that it should be someone from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. Oh, the people from the Grotto Heaven were amazing. 3,000 drops of dragon marrow at once. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. On Lin Xian's side, the 5 disciples in front also exclaimed. It was someone from the Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Huh? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Thinking of this, he thought of the Qingqiu clan. At the same time, he wondered how Qin Sienna was doing. Had she been suppressed, or had she left? With Qin Sienna's identity as a member of the Qingqiu clan, she should be able to enter the Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Of course, he did not know this. At this moment, Senior Brother Qi also spoke. 3,500 drops of dragon marrow. Obviously, he also wanted to obtain this treasure. Chapter 44:28. The moment the price was announced, the surrounding people were shocked. Someone else actually made a bid. Who was it? Who dared to compete with Qingqiu Grotto Heaven? Everyone looked over, and someone said, it should be someone from 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven. The people from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven were also shocked and made another bid. The 2 parties competed, and the final price reached 4,500 drops of dragon marrow, shocking everyone. At this moment, a laugh came from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. It seemed that he didn't intend to bid anymore. The people from 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven smirked. Very good. It seemed that they were going to get it. However, at this moment, another laugh was heard. Oh, the fairies from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven are going to give up? In that case, I won't hold back. 4,600 drops of dragon marrow. Everyone was shocked. Another expert made a bid. It was someone from Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven. Everyone exclaimed. The people from 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven snorted. Senior Brother Qi said, and continued to bid. The people beside him were also gritting their teeth. Damn it. Is Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven courting death? How dare they compete with us? Let's see who's the richer one. Those people sneered, but Senior Brother Qi's face was cold. At this point, the price was already very expensive. After all, the dragon marrow was extremely precious. However, they must get the 9 turn flames fruit. Hence he bid again. On the other side, a pale-faced man furrowed his brows. Purple light was blooming in his eyes. They really don't know what's good for them. How dare they compete with me? The others snorted. It seemed that they had to teach 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven a lesson when they had the chance. How dare they be so arrogant in front of us? At this moment, a masked man said, Mr. Ling Su, don't forget our purpose this time. The pale-faced young man nodded. He said, I know. How about this? I'll bid 6,000 drops of dragon marrow. If he doesn't continue, the fruit will be mine. After saying that, he made a bid. The moment the bid was out, the crowd went into an uproar. It was really shocking. The people from 1,000 Mountain Grotto were also stunned. After a long while, Senior Brother Qi said through gritted teeth, 6,100 drops of dragon marrow. Damn it, Sir Ling Su's face instantly darkened. The other party only added 100 dragon marrow? Was this a slap to his face? How dare you go against me? I want to see. Before he could finish speaking, the mysterious masked man beside him said, "Young Masterling Su, you must remain calm." When Mr. Spirit Su heard this, he frowned. The killing intent on his body was getting more and more terrifying, but in the end, he still snorted coldly. "No one has ever dared to challenge me. I will remember you. Let's go and see who they are. I want to see how they're going to take away the things I want." After he finished speaking, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Immediately, the people around him hurriedly took action. At this moment, the mysterious masked man nodded his head and said, "That's right. Some things don't need to be auctioned. 6,100 dragon essences. No one else was willing to bid anymore. Therefore, this thing ended up in the hands of Thousand Mountain Grotto." The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto laughed. "Humph, the Purple Spirit Grotto is courting death. How dare they compete with us? They're really courting death. Why don't they take a look at themselves?" They were very proud of themselves. Senior Brother Chi also heaved a sigh of relief, although the price was beyond his expectations. But he finally got the thing. "Senior Brother, this thing consumed a lot of our resources. Then, could we get the last thing?" Someone frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. The last thing? It seemed that the 9 Revolution Flames fruit was not the ultimate goal of these people. Then what is it? He was very curious. At this moment, the great elder below also laughed. "The next thing is very strange. I think many people will be interested in it." As soon as these words came out, countless people turned their heads. Some of the grotto heavens and powerful experts took a deep breath. A biting cold light appeared in their eyes. A black box appeared in the void. That box was unusually simple and emitted a radiance. There were countless chains on it that formed a seal. Countless gazes were fixed on the box. Lin Xian also looked at it. This box should be an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Although it had not reached the level of a Saint King's weapon, it should be similar to the first saint artifact, the Lotus Treasure Vase. It could be said that it was also an extremely powerful item. This made him even more astonished. What exactly was inside such a terrifying saint artifact that was used to preserve something? Could it be some kind of miraculous elixir, or some kind of terrifying divine ability inheritance? I think many people are already guessing. However, you've all guessed wrong. It's not a miraculous elixir or a cultivation technique inheritance. It's a map. To be exact, it's a part of a map. As for where the map is, I don't know. It should be somewhere in the buried Emperor's Star. Moreover, this place is extremely unusual. It might even be related to some great emperor. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they knew that it was impossible for it to be true, and it might even be a gimmick, what if it was? Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. As for some people who knew about it in advance, their eyes were burning with passion. Some people could not help but speak. "Great Elder, hurry up and announce the start of the auction." "Yes, we're here for it." Hearing this, the Great Elder smiled. "Then I won't waste everyone's time. The auction for this map will now begin. The starting price is 5,000 dragon marrow." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The starting price is so high. It's just a map. Countless people exclaimed. After all, the 9 Revolution Flames fruit was only sold for 6,000 dragon marrow. That was an extremely heaven-defying spirit fruit. One could imagine how precious this map was. It was beyond everyone's imagination. The senior brothers of the Thousand Mountain Grotto also frowned. Is it so expensive? Previously, they had already consumed a lot of dragon marrow to obtain the 9 Revolution Flames fruit. Now they might not be able to last until the end. What should we do? Fairy Ching Ching was anxious. Mo Fong also gritted his teeth. Damn it, they're all from the Purple Spirit Grotto. Senior Brother Chi said, there's no other way. We can only take one step at a time. Take a look and see if there are any valuable treasures in your storage rings that you can exchange for later. Hearing this, a few people checked. Mo Fong stood up and said coldly, and you battle servants, hand them over to me later. Hearing this, the faces of the other battle servants changed. Lin Xian also frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and he didn't say anything. He had plenty of storage rings, so he could just give one to the other party. Of course, the one he gave to the other party wouldn't have too many good things in it. Lin Xian was also very curious. He looked forward, wondering what was so mysterious about the map, and who would get it in the end. Mo Fong had already begun to collect the storage rings. The surrounding battle servants were pale, and some were even gritting their teeth. However, no one dared to resist. After all, they had been cursed with life and death, and would forever be battle servants. Lin Xian was different. He directly threw a trashy storage ring to the other party. Mo Fong was furious when he saw the things inside. Kid, are you trying to dismiss me with this? Do you think you're trying to dismiss a beggar? There's nothing in it. Lin Xian sneered. Are you looking for treasures on me? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 44:29. Mo Fong naturally knew that a battle servant wouldn't have too many treasures, but Lin Xian's attitude really annoyed him. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice came from below. Someone had already started bidding, and the price quickly reached 10,000 drops of dragon marrow. Mo Fong was stunned. He abruptly turned his head and looked outside. Moreover, the price was still rising. Countless people were stunned. This was simply an astronomical figure for them, and the number of people competing in the end was very small. Only the people from Green Hill Grotto Heaven and Purple Spirit Shaking Sky were bidding. Of course, there was another person. It was a blue-robed man. He had a terrifying water-type power on him. At this moment, Fairy Ching Ching gritted her teeth and said, "It's actually someone from the True Water Clan. I didn't expect them to be interested in this thing too. It seems that our situation is even worse. 15,000 dragon marrow and 2 top-notch sacred venerate weapons." The person from the True Water Clan said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with endless power. Then he looked at the sky. "Geniuses of the Grotto Heavens, if you can bid higher than this, I'll admit defeat this time." It was obvious that these people could not continue indefinitely at this point. The person from Clear Autumn Grotto Heaven shook his head. The price was too high for them. So he smiled and said, "I can't afford this price either." Young Master Spirit Sue from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll bid 16,000 dragon marrow and 2 top-notch sacred venerate weapons." As soon as he said that, countless people were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to bid again. The expert from the True Water Clan's expression changed. The other party was only offering 1,000 dragon marrow more than him. Was this a challenge to him? However, he had already said that he wouldn't bid again, so he could only sit down with a gloomy expression. The scene became quiet for a moment. No one made a move. On the side of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, everyone looked anxiously at Senior Brother Chi. Senior Brother Chi shook his head. He couldn't afford this price either. If he hadn't bought the 9 Revolution Flame Fruit, he might have been able to compete. However, at this moment, he said, "Although I don't know who came from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven this time, from the looks of it, this person is too arrogant." Moreover, he was very arrogant. Every time he bid, he would bid a little more than the others. It was as if he was slapping others in the face. Previously, we snatched the treasure from his hands. Do you think someone like him will be willing to give up? When the surrounding people heard this, they were also shocked. Senior Brother, Are you saying that he will attack me? Are they here to snatch the 9 revolution blazing fruits from us? Senior brother Chi nodded. It was very likely. Since that's the case, we might as well not make a move. We'll wait for them to come knocking on our door. Since they don't follow the rules, we'll snatch their map as well. The eyes of these people also shone with a sharp light. These geniuses had gone through hundreds of battles and gone through many missions. Therefore, this kind of battle and traps were not unfamiliar to them at all. The other battle servants took a deep breath. They were afraid that there would be a huge battle soon. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He was just thinking about how to get his hands on the 9 revolution inferno fruit. Now, it seemed like he had a chance. It was a good opportunity for him to reap the benefits of the battle between the two. In any case, he did not have a good impression of these grotto heavens. Not only did these grotto heavens suppress them, but these people who came from other worlds also injured his senior brother. Lin Xian had wanted to take revenge for a long time. Now, it seemed like this was an opportunity. It was time to take revenge. Sure enough, no one dared to snatch the map from Sir Ling Su. The corners of Sir Ling Su's mouth also curled into a cold smile. He did not say a word and directly carried out the exchange. When he got the map in his hand, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked in the direction of the 1,000 mountain grotto. He had said that no one would be able to snatch what he wanted from his hands. However, the treasure would be kept by the other party for a while. When the time came, he would personally snatch it from the other party's hands. However, the auction was not over for the time being. Next, there were 2 more items. These 2 items were also more precious, even surpassing that of ordinary sacred venerables. Only a sacred ruler would snatch these items. Sure enough, the next ones to bid were those sacred rulers. The price was even more terrifying than the mysterious map. Even the auras of sacred rulers were constantly spreading. After Lin Xian and the others saw it, they were also incomparably shocked. Finally, the auction came to an end. Everyone was filled with excitement as they went out to spread the news of this matter to all corners of the world. At the same time, the people from the Purple Spirit Grotto also took action. Sir Ling Su said, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. They must not be allowed to escape." Soon, these people disappeared into the void. Obviously, they had secretly begun to follow Lin Xian and the others. On the other side, the people from the 1,000 mountain grotto also left, but they did not leave the city. Instead, they found a courtyard and began to settle down. They also knew that there would be a big battle coming, so it was better to first tidy up their cultivation and condition to the peak before anything else. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. While these people were cultivating, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. Sure enough, he found 3 figures in the void. They were not far from them and were hiding. Ordinary souls really could not detect them. However, his heavenly secret divine eye could see through everything. Sure enough, they were following him. Just nice. Hopefully, he would be able to benefit from the battle. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, then withdrew his gaze, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the eyelids of the 3 people hidden in the void twitched. "Big brother, what happened just now? Why do I feel like someone discovered us?" One of them frowned. Another said, "It must be an illusion. I'm too nervous. How could anyone discover us? Look at those idiots below. They must not know that we're secretly observing them." The last person said, "That's for sure. How dare they offend the Purple Spirit Grotto? This time, we'll let them know what regret is." The 3 of them smiled silently. 3 days later, the people from the 1,000 mountain grotto opened their eyes and left quickly with Lin Xian and the others. They soared into the sky and left the city. At the same time, the 3 figures in the void disappeared instantly. They came to a big hall and knelt on one knee. Young master, they have already left. Big brother should be safe with them. In front, Sir Lingshu stood up with a smile. Very good. It's time for us to take action. He waved his hand and tore open the void with the people beside him and disappeared. At the same time, a woman walked out from another pavilion. She had a mysterious aura around her. She held a round fan in her hand and gently waved it. She was from the Qingqiu cave and was followed by a few martial artists. Senior sister, why aren't we leaving? Someone was puzzled. Up ahead, Insu's lips curled into a smile. The show had just begun. How could she miss it? Chapter 44:30. All right, you guys stay here and cultivate. I'm going to watch a good show. Insu's lips curled into a smile. The disciples behind her were also curious about the good show. But since their senior sister had spoken, they could only stay here obediently. In the sky, a huge flying sword streaked across, tearing the void apart, bringing with it endless aura. At the same time, a figure was following behind, silently. At the same time, there was a formation in his hand that seemed to be transmitting information at any time. At this moment, the flying sword in front stopped, and a few figures walked out from it. The person behind also stopped and hid in the void. Could it be that he was discovered? Impossible! The other party shouldn't be able to see through his movement technique. He could only wait patiently. Not long after, a few extremely terrifying auras suddenly came from behind, followed by a thunderous voice. It came from all directions, sealing the entire world. You guys are really stupid. You actually stopped after walking halfway. If you had flown a little longer, you might have been able to live a little longer. A sneer came from the sky. Young Masterling Su walked out. It's really you guys. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto also snorted. We already knew that you guys wouldn't let this go. However, you guys actually dared to have ideas about our Thousand Mountain Grotto. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Is your Thousand Mountain Grotto very powerful? In front of me, you guys are nothing but ants. Now, hand over the 9 revolution blazing fruit obediently. I'm in a good mood and can give you a quick death. Is that so? Senior Brother Chi also sneered. Then hand over the mysterious map, and we can let bygones be bygones. Sir Lingshu's face completely darkened when he heard this. So, you guys actually have ideas about my map. You guys are really daring. Don't tell me you guys think you can snatch the map from my hands with just a few of you. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Go. Kill them all. Following Sir Lingshu's order, the surrounding people also quickly moved. The aura on their bodies was constantly erupting. The surrounding people were also wearing battle armor. It seemed that they were also battle servants. Sure enough, every grotto would take in a large number of geniuses from other worlds as battle servants. These battle servants weren't weaklings. They were all geniuses. However, they were suppressed by the more powerful sacred kings. Now that they were attacking together, it was really terrifying. The surrounding void quickly cracked, and nothing could stop them. On the Thousand Mountain Grotto's side, Senior Brother Chi also roared and attacked. Immediately, the surrounding battle servants also moved. Lin Xian also attacked. However, he didn't intend to go all out. He even wanted to change his identity to fight. Of course, the prerequisite was to wait for the war to break out. Sure enough, the battle servants began to engage in a great battle. Soon after, the disciples of the Two Paradise began to fight as well. Extremely terrifying laws appeared on Sir Spirit Su's body, forming a huge cauldron with a terrifying aura. Furthermore, the people behind him also began to move out in succession. A great battle broke out in an instant. These people were all holy venerables, and many of them were late-stage holy venerables. Among them, young Master Ling Su and senior brother Qi were peak holy venerates. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. An illusion of a huge mountain appeared on senior brother Qi's body, as if to suppress the world. A terrifying power erupted. The two's laws clashed. Suddenly, a violent aura spread in all directions. Mo Feng, Fairy Qingqing, and the others also quickly attacked. The battle was very terrifying. The entire world was completely destroyed. At the same time, a figure landed on a mountain peak in the distance. It was Insu. When he arrived, he looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't too late. It seemed that the battle had just begun. He wondered how the battle between the two sides would turn out. He was here to watch the show. Of course, if there was a chance, he didn't mind taking the mysterious map and the 9-turn flame fruit for himself. He was stronger than senior brother Qi, and Serling Shu. He had reached the half-step sacred king realm. The battle ahead was very intense. It was difficult to determine the winner. The battle servants were all attacking with all their might. Both sides suffered losses. Lin Xian's side had lost 5 battle servants not long after the battle started. On the other side, had also died. The aura of blood mist spread between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Sure enough, these people didn't treat the battle servants as humans. None of the disciples had died yet. The battle servants' eyes were already red. But there was no choice. They were under the life and death curse. Humph! He snorted coldly and punched the enemy back. To be honest, it wasn't difficult for him to kill these battle servants with his strength. However, what identity did he want to use to attack these people? At this moment, Sir Lingshu shouted angrily in the sky. "Damn it, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Today, I'll send you all to hell. Senior, do it." As his voice fell, a crack appeared in the void. Then, a man wearing a mask walked out. This person had an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, he slapped at senior brother Qi. Senior brother Qi instantly vomited blood and flew out. His face turned ugly. Half-step sacred king. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, you actually brought a half-step sacred king. What kind of genius are you? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Let's fight to the death." Senior brother Qi roared crazily. However, Sir Lingshu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Did water enter your brain? I have such a huge advantage. Why should I fight you one-on-one? Just kill him." Buzz. The masked man waved his hand and extended it forward. Heaven and earth shattered. An endless black hole appeared. Senior brother Qi instantly vomited blood and flew back. In a hurry, he threw out a huge mountain to block. It blocked this peerless attack. One had to admit that this senior brother Qi was also a top genius. Even in the second astral realm, the true spirit world, he would probably sweep through everything. Only someone like Lin Xian would be able to suppress him. People like Fu Hongya or Guan Sanghai couldn't compete with such a person. But unfortunately, no matter how strong senior brother Qi was, he was still not enough when facing a half-step sacred king. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was there. And this masked man was even more powerful. After one attack, he threw out another shocking attack. Senior brother Qi's body instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Chapter 44:31. No. Seeing this scene, Fairy Qingqing, Mo Feng, and the others roared crazily. They did not expect that their senior brother would die like this. Damn it. Retreat quickly. They were geniuses, but this masked man was probably an extremely powerful half-step Saint King. Moreover, he also had many battle servants and Sir Spirit Su, who was a terrifying existence. If they continued to fight, they would probably all die. Therefore, The 4 disciples of the Thousand Mountain Grotto quickly retreated. At the same time, they ordered the battle servants to stop them and buy time for them. The battle servants' expressions became extremely ugly, but at this moment, the life and death wrinkles in their bodies suddenly flared up. It was as if they were about to be killed. They no longer dared to resist, and hurriedly resisted. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed. These grotto heavens were too cold and heartless. To be honest, these battle servants' talent was not inferior to Mo Feng and the others. After all, being able to kill their way to the buried Emperor's star from other worlds was enough to show their strength and talent. Unfortunately, they were being controlled by someone else. Now, most of them would probably die. As expected, the masked man's attack immediately turned 3 battle servants into a bloody mist. The other 2 also vomited blood. Sir Spirit Su ordered his battle servants to quickly charge over. Those battle servants combined with each other and formed a formation that froze the entire world. Ahead, Mo Feng and the others were also affected. The path was blocked again. Damn it. In an instant, a great battle broke out. At this moment, a large palm slapped over. Not only did it cover Lin Xian, but it also covered the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He directly used the void escape and disappeared. At the same time, a bloody mist filled the air. The 2 battle servants were also killed. Humph, a bunch of trash. Today, I will let you know to spare. Sir Spirit Su saw this scene with a smug smile. He looked at Fairy Ching Ching and the others in front of him, and a fiery gaze appeared in his eyes. In a while, he would let these people know his power. The masked man continued to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in the distant void. He was enveloped by the void bee skin. These people would not discover him at all. In the next moment, he was ready to attack. He did not plan to use his original laws and power, so he planned to use some mysterious methods. He had the great dragon sword soul, which could transform into anything. 1. He used the great dragon sword soul and the law of death to form an endless yellow spring that enveloped his body. A yellow spring's Tao diagram appeared. He had fought many battles with Akron Hall, so he was very familiar with their mystiques and nomological laws. At this moment, when the great dragon sword soul was manifested, it was incomparably terrifying. These people would never think that it was him. Thinking of this, he made his move. On the other side, Insu was also surprised when she saw the half-step Saint King attack. It looked like the Violet Spirit Paradise was superior and was about to win. It seemed that he was about to make a move. If it was just a half-step Saint King, he had the confidence to fight. Perhaps he could not get the mysterious map, but he could get the 9-turn flame fruit. Her figure flashed as she prepared to move. But in the next moment, he was stunned, because the sky had cracked open and the endless yellow spring fell. A figure like the god of death descended forcefully. Was someone coming again? Insu was stunned and did not act rashly. At the same time, those who were fighting in front of him all looked up at the sky. The endless yellow spring filled the air, bringing with it a sinister power that made everyone's hair stand on end. Even Sir Lingshu's pupils constricted. There was actually someone here. Who was it? How dare you attack me? We are from the Violet Spirit Paradise. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. He roared angrily. However, there was no response from the sky. Only a yellow spring's Tao diagram flew over and destroyed everything. Sir Lingshu screamed in fright and hurriedly used the cauldron on his body to block. With a clang, he was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Endless cracks appeared on his body. In the next moment, he roared crazily, "Kill him! I want to tear him into pieces." Seeing this, the masked man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, 36 large flags flew out and froze the world. Those people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven would definitely not be able to escape. Then he charged towards the yellow spring. No matter who you are, you can't compete with me. As long as it wasn't a real sage ruler, the other party would definitely die. The masked man's strength was extremely terrifying. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably and instantly arrived inside the yellow spring. The murderous aura around his body blocked everything. In the next moment, he saw a figure inside. "It's you?" He stretched out a large hand like a dragon's claw and grabbed over. Lin Xian sneered and directly took out the great spear of destruction. One strike, endless murderous intent surged between heaven and earth. Then, the masked man's pupils constricted. The aura of a sage ruler. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The attack directly pierced through him. Boom. The entire world was blown up. Everyone was stunned, whether it was the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven or the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven. They looked up at the sky. Was a sage ruler coming? In the distance, Phonin was even more so. She felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not make a move. She did not expect such a terrifying existence to appear. "Elderlu, where are you?" Lord Lingshu roared crazily. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly in the sky, "Are you looking for it?" Then he threw down a mask. It was the masked man's mask. When Lord Lingshu saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. The other party was too strong. He actually killed a half-step sage ruler with one move. "Damn it, retreat. Do you want to leave? The yellow spring is destroyed." Lin Xian sneered. The terrifying yellow spring surged and enveloped all these people. How could these people from the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven resist? In an instant, they were swallowed up and robbed of their vitality. Even their souls were destroyed. Lord Lingshu roared crazily. There was still an illusion of a large cauldron circling around him. But at this moment, it was dim. He said, "No, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? My father is the core elder of the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven. If you kill me, you will die without a doubt." But before he could finish, he was penetrated by a blow. Boom. The illusion of the cauldron shattered, and his soul was destroyed. Kill. The remaining battle servants rushed over crazily. They had already been controlled. So now that their master was destroyed, they naturally wouldn't leave safely. They could only kill the enemy. Lin Xian sighed. "I hope you won't be controlled in your next life." After that, he attacked forcefully. He gave these people a blow and let them go through the cycle of reincarnation happily. Were they all destroyed? The people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were stunned. One had to know that they had almost been killed before, but now the enemy was all destroyed. Great, they were saved. At this moment, Mo Feng's pupils shrank. He saw that in the bloody mist, countless storage rings had all flown over. They were all taken by the figure in the yellow spring. This shocked him. After all, the mysterious map was in there. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian took the map from the storage ring and put it away. Then he looked into the distance again, staring at the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. Chapter 4432. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were shocked. They felt a chill down their spines. That aura was too terrifying. Could it be that he was going to attack them? Thinking of this, they quickly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We are from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, and we are grateful." Saving their lives? Lin Xian sneered. Then he waved his finger, and a stream of yellow spring flew out and covered Mo Feng's body. Then Mo Feng's body turned into white bones. His soul kept roaring, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. Too strong. So strong that he could not resist at all. At the same time, his eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to attack them too? No, you have already killed people from Xiling Grotto Heaven and offended a Grotto Heaven. Do you still want to be enemies with Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven? So what if we are enemies with you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then he shrouded Mo Feng's soul and pulled it in front of him. In the next moment, the endless yellow spring wrapped around the two of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian cast a soul illusion spell and pulled his opponent into the lock of spring and autumn. Damn it, it's you. Finally, Mo Feng saw Lin Xian's face. He was really shocked. Wasn't this his battle servant? How could he attack them? Damn it, you don't have the life and death curse? He was really scared out of his wits. How could it be? How did he get rid of the life and death curse? Lin Xian smiled. That's right, it's me. You people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven dared to suppress me and hurt my senior brother. Wait for my anger. You are the first. Then the golden light in his eyes bloomed, and Mo Feng's soul was destroyed. Damn it, let Mo Feng go. Below, Fairy Ching Ching and the others were also roaring crazily. The surrounding battle servants quickly moved. Lin Xian immediately formed endless chains of the underworld, locking these people down. Now, there were only 6 battle servants left. If they attacked together, they would be very powerful. However, Lin Xian was someone who could kill a half-step Saint King. These battle servants were not his match at all. In the next moment, he attacked again. The Yellow Springs diagram cleaved Fairy Ching Ching's body apart. Fairy Ching Ching's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that he would be killed just like that. There were only 2 people left, and their faces were also filled with fear. Lin Xian really wanted to get rid of these people once and for all. However, he had witnessed the destruction of the Violet Spirit Paradise previously. If these people were all killed, the remaining battle servants wouldn't be able to survive either. At that time, he would have no reason to return to the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Lin Xian didn't want to leave yet. That was because there was still one person who had not been killed. He had to kill Sacred King Xingchen. Furthermore, there were a lot of resources in the Thousand Mountain Cave. Lin Xian planned to use them to break through again. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to leave one person behind. With a wave of his hand, he blasted the other man into a bloody mist. Lin Xian left the last person behind. The last person was knocked unconscious. That should be enough, right? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He put away these people's storage rings. At the same time, he also obtained the 9 Revolution Flame Fruit. This item could help his divine body improve further when the time came. At this moment, his physique was no weaker than a half-step Saint King's. If he improved further, his physique would reach that of a Saint King's. If he encountered a true Saint King, he would be able to fight. At this moment, Lin Xian abruptly turned his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the heavens and myriad worlds. He saw a figure, and in the distance, Insu, who was still watching the battle, saw this scene and her pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he quickly fled. The other party was really too strong. Was there anyone else? Lin Xian frowned. He also chased and instantly used the Void Shield to tear the void apart. Then he enveloped the other party with a palm. With a boom, heaven and earth shattered, and a figure was torn apart by him. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that only a tail had fallen, a clone, and that person had already disappeared without a trace. Humph, don't let me meet you, people of Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a biting, cold, murderous intent. In the next moment, he turned around and went back. On the other side, Insu's face became extremely pale. Just now, fortunately, he used a secret technique to dodge the attack. Otherwise, his astral soul would have been destroyed. Damn it, who was it? How dare they attack the people of the 2 Grotto Heavens? It was unbelievable. One should know that although they were all young people, ordinary Saint Kings would not dare to attack them. Attacking them would definitely offend them. The Grotto Heavens. The Grotto Heavens were like overlords in this place, who dared to provoke them. But now, someone really dared to. After returning to the pavilion, the people of Qingxiu Grotto Heaven exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, you're back. How was the show?" They all had smiles on their faces. However, when they saw that Insu's face was pale and her aura was weak, they were all stunned. "Senior sister, are you injured?" They were extremely nervous. Insu also said that she should leave quickly. He did not know if that mysterious powerhouse would come after him, but he did not dare to stay there any longer. On the other side, it was raining heavily in the sky. Lu Fei opened her eyes and felt the rain around her. She was also stunned. Where was this place? In the next moment, her pupils constricted. In an instant, endless nomological laws flew out and formed 7 shields to quickly defend herself. She remembered that they were attacked by a mysterious powerhouse. When she saw that there was no one around, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly investigated. She found that other than her, the disciples of the other 4 Grotto Heavens had been killed. Their souls were destroyed. Many of the battle servants had also fallen. However, there were still a few of them. Those people were chained up, but did not die. She quickly went forward to investigate and found that there were a total of 7 people. Those people were injured, and their auras were very weak. Lin Xian was naturally among them. Lu Fei asked, "What happened after that? Where was that mysterious powerhouse?" The other battle servants were at a loss. Lin Xian also shook his head. He did not know. He suddenly left and seemed to have gone to chase after someone. So that was the case. Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was really lucky. However, when she thought about the deaths of her other companions, her expression turned solemn. Damn it, how dare he attack our 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven? We will not let him off. Let's go. A scimitar appeared in her hand and directly cut off the Yellow Springs chains. Then she left a formation mark there and quickly left with Lin Xian and the others. When they returned to 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven, it immediately caused a commotion. The people of 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven were furious. Someone actually dared to attack their people. Did Violet Mountain Grotto Heaven have a death wish? They actually dared to attack halfway. Damn it. And that mysterious powerhouse actually attacked the Grotto Heaven. Quickly go and investigate. In an instant, they sent out countless experts to the location marked by the formation. Among them, there were even 2 sage kings. These 2 people were both soul experts and could see through everything. Chapter 44-33. Lu Fei, Lin Xian, and the others were also brought back. They wanted to understand the situation. Lin Xian was surprised when he saw this scene. As expected of the paradise, they reacted so quickly. But so what? He didn't leave any clues behind. Even the person who escaped didn't know it was him. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. As expected, those 2 great Saint Kings both frowned. What this person used was a cold and gloomy law like the Yellow Springs. He had never heard of such a mysterious person. However, it was useless. No matter how the 2 Saint Kings searched, they couldn't find any clues. In the end, the 2 Saint Kings searched the souls of Lu Fei and Lin Xian. Everyone's souls were searched. However, they still didn't find anything. Their faces were gloomy. They could only return empty-handed and send more people to investigate. Lin Xian didn't care. These people would never find out that it was him. He had to think of a way to quickly consume the 9 Revolution Flame Fruit to improve his physique. Just as they were about to return, a cold light flew over from afar. It was a ray of blue light. It carried an extremely terrifying sword intent and soared into the sky. Heaven and earth were voided in an instant. The surrounding people looked up one after another. The two Saint Kings' eyes also shone with a cold light. Then their expressions changed. It was Princess Xueqi. The two Saint Kings smiled. Lin Xian and the others also looked up and saw a woman in a blue dress in the sky. She flew down from the sky. Her face was as cold as ice. When Lu Fei saw her, she quickly bowed and greeted Princess Xueqi. The woman in blue nodded. She then looked at the two saint rulers and spoke. I wonder what the two deacons are doing here. Facing the two Saint Kings, the woman in blue seemed to be very calm. On the contrary, the two Saint Kings seemed to want to curry favor with her. Princess Xueqi, something happened recently. A mysterious expert has killed the people of our 1,000 mountain grotto. Right now, we are sending people to investigate the matter. Did he attack the 1,000 mountain paradise? Xueqi frowned. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. I still have things to do, so I'll head back first. Princess Xueqi, is it because of that formation? One of the Saint Kings asked. Xueqi nodded and said she had heard that a group of geniuses had been suppressed recently. Among them, some of them seemed to be good at formations. I'll go ask Sacred King Xingchen. For example, he wanted 1 or 2 battle servants. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Who was this person? Was he very powerful? Lin Xian said to a battle servant beside him. That battle servant had come from the valley with him and hadn't died either. He nodded and said, her name was Xueqi, and she was a genius from the 1,000 Mountain Cave. Her status was not something that these people could compare to. He was a top disciple with terrifying strength. He had already reached the half-step Saint King realm. It was said that he was not far from the true Saint King realm. Furthermore, his father was a powerful elder. Her grandfather was one of the supreme elders of the 1,000 Mountain Cave. She was like a little princess of the 1,000 Mountain Cave. No wonder, whether it was her status or her background, she was already very powerful. No wonder these two Saint Kings were so respectful to her. It seemed that there were still some geniuses in the 1,000 Mountain Cave. This made Lin Xian feel threatened. However, he didn't know how many people like him there were. Lin Xian investigated for a while but didn't find anything, so he returned. When Lin Xian returned to the 1,000 Mountain Cave, someone immediately came to see him. Someone is looking for you. One of the battle servants also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was puzzled. Oh, what's the matter? Could it be that he had been discovered? It shouldn't be. They didn't see any results from him. The battle servant who brought the message said, I don't know. I only know that Sacred King Xingchen is looking for you. That old guy. Lin Xian frowned, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He would kill this Saint King sooner or later. But soon, he asked, then take me there. The two of them soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Soon, they landed in a palace. Greetings, Sacred King Xingchen. He has been brought here. The battle servant in front said respectfully. A voice came from inside, asking Lin Xian to come in. Go in. The battle servant opened the door and stood respectfully. He had no intention of going in. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. He saw Sacred King Xingchen at a glance. At this moment, countless stars surrounded him. He looked like a god of the heavenly river. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. As expected of a middle-stage Saint Venerable, it was very terrifying. Lin Xian was stunned because he found that Sacred King Xingchen wasn't the only one in the hall. There was another figure standing there as well. It was a woman in blue. She had a beautiful face, but she was incomparably cold. Lin Xian was stunned, because he had seen this person before. Not long ago, it was the legendary outstanding genius, Xueqi. When the woman in blue looked at Lin Xian, she was also stunned. She said, "I've seen you before. You were there when I was investigating the situation outside." Oh, Sacred King Xingqian was stunned. After asking, he understood. He also said, "There is someone who dares to offend our 1,000-mountain cave. Don't worry, we will find him sooner or later and tear him into pieces." Well, let's not talk about this first. Niece Xueqi, this is the kid I told you about. He knows how to set up formations. What do you think? If you think his strength is good, you can take him with you. Lin Xian was stunned, but soon he remembered. Previously, the other party said that it seemed that because they were setting up a formation, they needed a few people who knew how to set up formations. It seemed that they had found him. If he could be valued by the other party, Lin Xian would be able to come into contact with more cultivation resources. In this way, it would be very beneficial for his cultivation. Therefore, he was delighted. It seemed that he had to show his talent in formations. At this moment, Xueqi, who was in front, asked, "You know how to set up formations?" Lin Xian, who was proficient in formations, said indifferently. Hearing that, Xueqi snorted coldly. "How shameless! Even I don't dare to say that I'm proficient in formations. What qualifications do you have to say that? I want to see how you can be so arrogant." She had seen many battle servants, but this was the first time she had seen such an arrogant one. She formed hand seals with her palms, and a blue ice formation appeared. The entire main hall was freezing cold. It became a world of ice and frost. Apart from Sacred King Xingqian, there was no change. The other places had been frozen. Xueqi's eyes were shining. She wanted to see how this arrogant kid was going to fight against it. If the other party used a divine ability, then she would be very disappointed. Facing the ice formation that covered the sky and covered the earth, Lin Xian did not move. Instead, his eyes flickered. Then he pointed his finger forward. He pointed his finger at the void. With a cracking sound, the ice that covered the sky stopped. The wind and snow stopped blowing. Then the endless ice shattered. Chapter 4434. The Star Saint King was taken aback. Xueqi's pupils shrank. "What kind of technique did you use?" "This isn't a formation." "Is it? If you use your magical power to break it, I'm afraid I won't be satisfied." Lin Xian said calmly, "Princess Xueqi, can't you see that? I attacked the weakest part of your formation. Of course, if you want to use a formation, I'll show it to you." As Lin Xian spoke, he formed a seal with his palms and quickly formed a formation that spread out in all directions. Countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth and formed a golden crow flame formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than the great ice formation from before. Lin Xian was originally a formation genius. In addition, he had learned from the Crimson Dragon. He had also learned from Heishan. His attainments in array formations were truly too powerful. He was definitely at the level of an array formation grandmaster. Ordinary Saint King's formations were inferior to his. Now Lin Xian was just showing off his skills. However, Xueqi was sure that she would be satisfied. Xueqi felt the power of the flame formation. A smile finally appeared on Xueqi's cold face. The ice around her had melted. "Very good. Star Saint King, I want this person." The Star Saint King frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian's attainments in formations to be so great. He was actually so strong. He felt a trace of danger. This was because this guy had said that he would kill him with his own hands one day. Now that he had followed Princess Xueqi, would he become stronger? However, he quickly sneered and shook his head. So what? A battle servant was still a battle servant. He was a middle-stage Saint King. It wouldn't be long before he faced his next breakthrough. At that time, Once he reached the late-stage Saint King, his status and strength would be greatly changed. There would be earth-shattering changes. How could a mere ant possibly contend against him? Therefore, he eliminated the worry in his heart for her sake. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since Xueqi is satisfied, I'm relieved. Lin Xian, from now on, you will follow Princess Xueqi and listen to her orders." Lin Xian looked at the lady in blue in front of him. His eyes flickered and then he nodded. Xueqi was also surprised. Apart from his high attainments in array formations, his attitude also surprised her. To be honest, none of the battle servants dared to be so arrogant. From the looks of it, the other party seemed even colder than her. However, this made her even more interested. So she waved her hand and said, "Come with me." As she spoke, she walked outside. In the next moment, endless ice enveloped Lin Xian. His feet turned into an ice sword. The two of them soared into the air and quickly left. This time, he was heading toward Xueqi's mansion. Her residence was not just a cave or a palace. Instead, it was a boundless territory. It was like a small world, incomparably vast. There were all kinds of resources and landforms inside. Lin Xian took a look. This was even scarier than a saint city in the second astral realm. This was just a top disciple. He didn't know about the other core elders. Or how terrifying would the supreme elder be? No wonder countless people wanted to come to the buried emperor's star. It was indeed a cultivation holy land. After they came down, many people knelt down and bowed. They respectfully welcomed Princess Xueqi's return. Some of these people were originally from the buried emperor's star. There were also some battle servants who had been suppressed from other worlds. At this moment, they were incomparably respectful. "Get up." Xueqi nodded. These people got up and then looked curiously at Lin Xian. Who was this person? They were astonished. Looking at the battle armor he was wearing, he should be a battle servant. However, there had never been a battle servant who could walk beside Princess Xueqi. "Princess, ninth young master, Yen, has been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, an old man walked over and spoke respectfully. It seemed that he was an old housekeeper. "Ninth young master, Yen?" Xueqi frowned and said, "I don't have time." However, at this moment, a voice sounded from afar. "Xueqi, you're finally back." Immediately after, the boundless nomological laws brought a person over quickly. It was a tall man. He wore a golden battle robe. As he walked, he brought with him a powerful force. This person was also a half-step Saint King. He was very strong. It was obvious that he was a top genius of the 1,000 Mountain Paradise. "Xueqi, I heard that you went out to look for the materials for the formation. How did it go? Did you collect all of them? If you didn't collect all of them, I will ask my father to collect them for you. He will definitely be able to collect all of them for you." It was obvious that this person's identity was not ordinary. However, Xueqi said coldly, "There is no need. I already have the materials. If you don't have anything else, don't disturb me." After she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Xian followed after him and glanced at the other party. At this moment, ninth young master, Yen also turned his head and looked over. When he saw Lin Xian, his face sank. There was actually someone who could walk beside Xueqi. Even he didn't receive such treatment. In the next moment, a biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes and enveloped Lin Xian. Then he asked, "Xueqi, who is this person?" "He is the battle servant I just brought back. He can help me set up the formation." Xueqi stopped and said coldly. It turned out that he was a battle servant. Ninth young master, Yen, heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he wasn't standing beside Xueqi. How could someone else be qualified to stand beside her? "Lad, pay attention to your eyes. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Otherwise, I will make sure that you will never be able to see it." Ninth young master, Yen released a wisp of biting, cold-killing intent. Lin Xian looked at him and said calmly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" When he said this, the people in the surroundings were stunned. Even the old housekeeper was stunned. Was this really a battle servant? Ninth young master, Yen was also stunned. Then he said, "And do you know who you were talking to? Believe it or not, I can make you die without a burial ground in an instant." A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack. However, Xueqi's body flickered and blocked him. "What? Do you dare to touch my man? If you dare to touch him, don't blame me for attacking you." Ninth young master, Yen was completely enraged when he heard this. He said, "Xueqi, are you going to attack me because of a battle servant?" He really didn't dare to believe this. Xueqi said in a deep voice, "Now, I don't welcome you. You should leave quickly." Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, "Follow me." Lin Xian nodded his head and looked at ninth young master Yen with a cold smile. Then he shrugged his shoulders and walked forward. Ninth young master, Yen was driven mad when he saw the two of them leave. He roared, and the void in the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. "Lad, do you think that you can act arrogantly in front of me because you have Xueqi's protection? You are too naive. I will let you know the consequences of offending me." Chapter 44:35. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They knew that this matter wouldn't end so easily. On the other side, Xueqi brought Lin Xian to a courtyard. There wasn't anyone here, and there were countless formations flickering in the surroundings. It was clear that only Xueqi could come here. After she arrived, she turned around and looked at Lin Xian as she spoke coldly. "Although your formation surprised me, I'll advise you. Don't be too arrogant, especially that 9th young master. It's best if you don't provoke him in the future. His status isn't any weaker than mine." This was especially true for his grandfather, who was also a Grand Elder. "Do you know what cultivation level a Supreme Elder has? I can tell you that he's a great saint. Therefore, it's best if you stay here and don't go out. All right, you should rest for a while. I'll give you a mission later." After she finished speaking, Xueqi walked inside. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. A great saint? One had to know that there had never been a great saint in the second astral realm. He only knew that Black Mountain was a remnant soul of a great saint. How strong would a true great sage be? As expected of the buried Emperor's star, there were indeed great saints in these grotto heavens. In the next moment, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt his blood boiling. When he tested the heavenly will, his future wasn't just that of a great saint. He would become a heaven illuminator. What kind of scene would that be? Lin Xian looked forward to the day when he would become a heaven illuminator. He rested for 2 days. After 2 days, Xueqi gave him a mission. It was to set up some formations. As for the materials for the formation, they already had enough to provide. Lin Xian took a deep breath and formed hand seals. He started to set up the formations. On the other side, 9th young master, Yen was gnashing his teeth in anger after he returned. He started to investigate Lin Xian's background. When he found out that Lin Xian was just a battle servant who had just arrived here and was suppressed, he was furious. He was completely furious. No one had ever dared to challenge him. A mere battle servant didn't know his place. At this moment, the person beside him indeed mentioned 9th young master Yen. Although his identity was unknown, it was said that he was proficient in formations. Now, Princess Xueqi was in urgent need of a formation expert. That was why she dared to act so arrogantly. Proficient in formations? Go, find me a few geniuses who are proficient in formations. I want to see when I can replace him. What right does he have to be arrogant? Yen Zhou's speed was extremely fast. After about 3 days, he really did find 2 people. These 2 people were both holy venerates. However, it was said that the array formations were all very advanced. One of them was a battle servant, while the other was a disciple of the 1,000 Mountain Cave. Greetings to 9th Young Master Yen. The 2 of them bowed respectfully. The battle servant was extremely nervous, while the other disciple was extremely excited. He knew how noble 9th Young Master Yan's status was. If he could gain the approval of 9th Young Master Yen, then his future path of martial arts would be much easier. He would soar into the sky. That battle servant's true form was a python, a demonic beast. His name was Cold Ray. As for the other disciple, his name was Hua, Tuesday 9th Young Master. Yen personally tested the strength of the 2 people's formations. After that, he nodded slightly. Very good. These 2 people's formations were indeed very powerful. Ordinary formation masters of the older generation were no match for them. If the 2 people he brought with him could help Princess Xueqi, then the lad from before would be useless. If he wanted to kill the lad again, Xueqi would not stop him. When 9th Young Master Yen thought of this, a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He brought the 2 people with him and walked into the distance. Soon, he came to Xueqi's mansion again. The mansion's old housekeeper informed Xueqi. Xueqi frowned and told him that she was not free. The old housekeeper said, "That's what I said too." However, 9th Young Master Yen said that he found 2 top-notch formation masters. Oh, formation masters? Xueqi's eyes flickered. She thought for a moment and said, "All right, bring them here." Soon, 9th Young Master Yen brought the 2 people with him. Xueqi waved her hand, and countless formations formed a passageway. The 3 people walked in. Xueqi. A smile appeared at the corners of 9th Young Master Yan's mouth. "I know that you need formation masters. That's why I found 2 for you. What do you think? Why don't you test the strength of the 2 of them?" Xueqi was holding an ancient book in her hand, and she was studying formations. She said, "I am not free. However, I will find someone to test them for me." She called out Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian walked out of another hall and said, "Who wants me to test them?" When 9th Young Master Yen saw Lin Xian, his face became gloomy. He revealed a cold smile. "Xueqi, if the 2 people I found surpass this lad, then they can stay here. Could it be that they could stay here and help you? While this brat would be a piece of trash, I will take him away. Do you have any objections?" Xueqi said calmly, "I have no objections. I never want good-for-nothings." When Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes. This woman was really cold. But soon he laughed. They wanted to replace him? What a joke. He walked over and said, "9th Young Master Yen, did you find 2 good-for-nothings? Do you want to challenge me? I advise you to go back quickly. Otherwise, if you lose face, I will not be responsible. Lad, you can be arrogant. I will see how arrogant you can be when you are defeated by formations." 9th Young Master Yen sneered. Then he said, "Han Mang, you go first." Han Mang walked out with a terrifying radiance on his body. "Lad, let's not compete in magical powers or laws. How about we compete in formations?" "As you wish." Lin Xian shrugged. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless formations appeared in the sky and formed a formation. It pressed toward the sky. It was a fire formation, and the 3 golden crows kept roaring in it. They carried a powerful flame power, and it seemed like they wanted to burn everything. Han Mang, who was opposite him, sneered. He kept forming hand seals with his hands. Countless array formations were cast out by him and quickly formed into an array formation. Then the aura in the sky instantly became cold. It was also an ice formation. Moreover, There were 5 illusions of giant ice pythons in it. It was obvious that this formation was made by a formation master according to his own characteristics. It was very terrifying. Boom. The 2 formations with completely opposite auras clashed. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Terrifying flames surged, and terrifying ice froze everything. The 5 giant pythons surrounded the golden crows, and it seemed like they would seal them at any time. When 9th young Master Yen saw this, he sneered. I thought it was some expert. It turns out that you are so weak that you can't even defeat a battle servant of mine, Shui Qi. It seems like you have been deceived by this lad, but don't worry, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place later. Chapter 44:36. Shui Qi raised her head and looked forward. Her eyes flashed, and her face was expressionless. She had seen the power of Lin Xian's array. Back then, there were more than 3 golden crows in the formation. She knew that Lin Xian was hiding his strength. As expected, the next moment Lin Xian said, 5 giant pythons, is this all you have? If that was all, the battle would be over. After he finished speaking, he formed another seal with his palms, and the array kept changing. Endless flames swept across. 3 more golden crows appeared next to the 3 golden crows. 6 golden crows circled in the sky like 6 suns. Is the power of the array strengthened? Han Mang was stunned. Is he hiding his strength? Humph! Do you think you are the only one who is hiding your strength? After he finished saying those words, his spirit formation grew stronger again. The 5 giant pythons turned into 7. They outnumbered Lin Xian. Brat, it's useless. You're no match for me. You are no match for me? Lin Xian sneered. You think too highly of yourself. After he finished speaking, the 6 golden crows turned into 9 again. They circled in the sky, and the terrifying flames blasted Lin Xian's ice array apart. Han Mang was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. He was enveloped by the flames. No, Lord Yanzhou, save me. Han Mang roared crazily. He could feel that he could not withstand the flames. His soul was about to be destroyed. Lord Yanzhou snorted when he saw this. He raised his hand and tried to extinguish the flames. However, he was too late. In an instant, he was turned into ashes. His soul was destroyed. You dare to kill him? Lord Yanzhou shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian said calmly, the battle of arrays is very dangerous. If you are not careful, your soul will be destroyed. Don't you know this? How can you find a powerful array master if you don't even know this? Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. Lord Yanzhou gritted his teeth. Damn it, what a piece of trash. He has embarrassed me. He then looked at another person and said, Hua Tu, make your move. Don't hold back at all. Destroy this brat's soul. Hua Tu took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also shocked just now. His array formation was more powerful than the cold light. When he first came here, he was still dismissive. However, after watching the match, he was a little hesitant. Therefore, when he heard Yanzhou's words, he did not step forward immediately. What? You don't even listen to me anymore? Do you want to die? The 9th young master felt utterly humiliated when he saw that his other partner was so timid. Lin Xian, however, burst into laughter. Young Master Yanzhou, I've heard that you have an extraordinary status. Why did you find such trash? This doesn't match your status at all. Why don't you go back today? Don't embarrass yourself here. Shui Qi, who was beside him, spoke calmly. Yanzhou, have you caused enough trouble? I don't have time to play with you. Yanzhou gritted his teeth. He glared at Hua Tu and said coldly, Attack, or I'll kill you right now. Hua Tu was so scared that he almost cried. If he knew that it was so dangerous, he would not have come. However, Lin Xian said, "All right, I'll give you a chance. I won't use the array formation just now. You can attack." Hua Tu was surprised when he heard that. Is he serious? The Golden Crow array formation should be his strongest array formation. If he did not use his strongest array formation, he might have a chance to win. Therefore, he said, "All right, kid, since you said so, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, young master. I'll attack and take him down." The ninth young master smiled. "All right, when you succeed, I'll raise your cultivation by 1 level." "Really?" Hua Tu became even more excited. This time, he had to kill his opponent even if he had to risk his life. In the next moment, he waved his hand and endless saber light formed a heavenly saber array. It was a peerless killing array. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Hua Tu was very powerful. With this array formation, he could fight against more than 5 experts of the same level. It could be said that he was a genius in array formations. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the array formation, he smiled. The Golden Crow array formation just now was just a casual attack. Then he used a 5-element sword array. The power of the 5 laws intertwined and formed a great array formation. Not only did it contain the power of the 5 laws, but it also contained the power of the sword principle. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sword chi. When this sword formation appeared, even Xue Qi raised her head, and surprise appeared in her eyes. The power of this array formation was beyond her imagination. Hua Tu was so scared that he cried. "What's going on? Isn't his Golden Crow array formation the strongest array formation? Why is this array more terrifying than the Golden Crow array formation?" It was too late for him to run away now. He could only grit his teeth. The saber light filled the sky and destroyed everything in its path. However, in the 5-element sword array, it kept shattering. In an instant, the heavenly path array formation was broken. Hua Tu quickly ran away. Boom. When 9th young master Yen saw this, he slapped Hua Tu and turned him into a bloody mist. Hua Tu's soul was destroyed by him. "Lad, just wait and see. This matter won't end like this." After he spoke, he turned around and left. It was too shameful. The 2 formation geniuses that he had found couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. How could he still have the face to stay here? Lin Xian sneered coldly and said, "I'll teach you a lesson any time." Then he took back the 5-element sword array formation with a disdainful look in his eyes. After 9th young master Yen left, Xue Qi stood up and said, "You hid your power before. You didn't say that I couldn't hide my power." Lin Xian turned around and looked at her with a smile. Xue Qi frowned when she saw his nonchalant attitude. She opened her mouth once again and said, "I told you not to provoke 9th young master Yen. Didn't you understand what I said? In my opinion, he isn't worth fearing." Lin Xian shook his head. Xue Qi's frown deepened. She discovered that he didn't seem like a battle servant. Instead, he seemed more like a supreme genius. Xue Qi was even surprised by him. It seemed like there was a layer of mist around him that she couldn't see through. It seemed like she would have to study him carefully after the matter with the formation was over. "All right, let's go and set up the formation." Xue Qi spoke once again. However, Lin Xian didn't leave. He said coldly, "Look at the formation you set up. If I'm not mistaken, you must be going to an ancient land." Xue Qi was taken aback when she heard this. "How did you know?" Lin Xian said that the formation you set up was a method to break other formations. "It's obvious that the place you are going to has a more terrifying formation. That's why you are preparing it now. The places that have such terrifying formations are usually passed down from ancient times, or even more terrifying places. It wasn't difficult to guess." Chapter 44:37. What do you suggest? Xueqi asked. She didn't even notice that her attitude had changed. If it were other battle servants, they would have to kneel on the ground if they wanted to talk to her. However, she was now asking for Lin Xian's opinion. Lin Xian said, I can help you set up the array you want. Moreover, I can even accompany you to that place because I can break the formation. However, you must give me some time. Give me 3 months and give me a quiet place to cultivate. I will probably make a breakthrough. During this process, no one is allowed to disturb me, and no one is allowed to investigate me, including you. If you can do that, I will help you complete the formation and even break that ancient place. Okay, no problem. I promise you. Xueqi recognized Lin Xian's formation skills. She could afford to wait for 3 months. So, she found a place for Lin Xian and told him that no one was allowed to approach it. Even she started to cultivate in seclusion. The place where Lin Xian was at was a mountain range. It was very wide. After he arrived, he set up his formation. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he recovered to his peak state. Then, he flicked his palm and took out the 9 revolution inferno fruit. Buzz. He activated his divine body, and terrifying flames surged out of it. They seemed capable of burning the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the 9 revolution inferno fruit sensed the might of the 9 suns' divine fire, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. Its might wasn't any weaker than the 9 suns' divine fire, and it was even stronger. As expected of the legendary divine fruit, Lin Xian was overjoyed, and he started to absorb the fruit's power. 3 months later, Xueqi looked into the distance, and her eyes flickered. It has already been 3 months. Why hasn't that guy done anything? Could it be that he had to continue cultivating? She had gotten some information recently, and it seemed like some changes were about to occur in that place. If other people were attracted, it would be troublesome. This was why she was somewhat anxious. On this day, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the front. Then the sky started to shake, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. It seemed like the ground was about to split open. It formed many large canyons that extended in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the mansion was stunned. They thought that someone was attacking. Countless figures soared into the sky. One soul after another spread out in all directions to investigate. Xueqi was startled. She had sensed that the sound had come from Lin Xian's direction. She then said that everyone should retreat, and that everything would be fine. Although the surrounding people were puzzled, they all withdrew their souls. It was no longer probing. The tremors in front of them became more and more intense. In the end, there seemed to be terrifying lightning descending from the sky. One after another, they pierced through the world. At this moment, not only the entire mansion, but even the people of the 1,000 Mountain Cave were alarmed. Countless people looked into the distance. That seemed to be a lightning tribulation. Was someone undergoing a tribulation? Princess Xueqi's residence was in that direction. Could it be that she had made a breakthrough? Exclamations could be heard one after another. Even the Saint Kings were alarmed. This was because the lightning calamity this time was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if he broke through again, he would become a true king sage. This was an extremely heaven-defying feat among the young people. This was why many Saint Kings flew over. As for the young geniuses, their eyes were filled with envy. There was even a middle-aged man who laughed heartily. Xueqi, are you going to make a breakthrough? This man was Xueqi's father. He was also a Saint King, and he was extremely powerful. However, when these Saint Kings arrived, they all stopped. This was because they discovered that Xueqi's residence had a formation array activated. It enveloped everything, and no one was allowed to enter. This made Xueqi's father even more certain that she was making a breakthrough. This was why he said that they should just observe the situation calmly. The other Saint Kings didn't dare to disturb him, and they all nodded. Xueqi, who was in the mansion, was also alarmed. The lightning tribulation made her hair stand on end. What is this guy doing? Is he going to make a breakthrough and become a Saint King? However, this shouldn't be the case. Xueqi had investigated Lin Xian before, and he had discovered that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the Saint Venerable realm. Even if this guy wanted to make a breakthrough, he would only be at the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. How could he attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Xueqi didn't know. After waiting for 9 days, the terrifying lightning tribulation slowly disappeared, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. A figure walked out of it. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. He was very happy. Previously, he had absorbed the 9 revolution flame fruit, and his divine body had made another breakthrough. Although his cultivation was still at the intermediate stage of the Saint Venerable realm, his current body was already comparable to a Saint King's. This was an extremely terrifying transformation. This meant that ordinary half-step Saint Kings couldn't even break through his defenses. Lin Xian was finally able to contend against a Saint King. As he thought of this, he clenched his fists tightly. The next step was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, before that, he didn't forget what he had promised Xueqi. This was why he walked out. Xueqi opened her eyes wide, and she looked curiously at Lin Xian. This guy's cultivation didn't seem to have changed. Although it was slightly stronger, it didn't make a breakthrough. Then, what was the lightning tribulation before? Xueqi asked curiously, but Lin Xian shook his head and said that it was his secret. Xueqi curled her lips and said, "You are really stingy." Xueqi curled her lips and said, "Okay, I won't ask about your matters, but you must do what you have promised me." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course. Now, I will do my best to help you complete the formation, and I will even go with you to that place." "Okay, you can set your mind at ease and set up the formation." After Xueqi spoke, she flew outside. This was because she knew that she was now the center of attention. Countless gazes were looking at her, and there were even many Saint Kings among them. She must go out and explain this matter to them. Princess Xueqi came out. The people outside cried out in alarm. Did Princess Xueqi already make a breakthrough and become a Saint King? The terrifying lightning tribulation in front of her must have been successful. Some people were about to congratulate her, but when they saw that Xueqi was still a half-step Saint King, they were stunned. Xueqi's father was also stunned. "What happened? Xueqi, could it be that you failed?" Xueqi didn't know what to say, so she said, "Father, this matter isn't like what you think. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Seniors, please go back." After that, all the Saint Kings left, and the mansion became quiet again. As for Lin Xian and Xueqi, they put all their efforts into setting up the formation. After a month, they finally finished setting it up. It was great. With these formations, they would have a higher chance of going to that place. A smile appeared on Xueqi's ice-cold face once again. Even Lin Xian was stunned. At this moment, a flying sword flew over from afar, and there was a formation on it. After Xueqi took it, a sound transmitted from it, and she furrowed her brows and stood up abruptly. Chapter 44:38. Not good. What happened? Lin Xian asked. Xueqi said that there were some changes in that place, and it was discovered. Now, many experts were going there. Since this is the case, let's not waste any time and go. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Xueqi shook her head. "I'm afraid that with our current strength we can't go there. We have to borrow the power of the grotto heaven. How about this? Wait for me, and I'll report this to the grotto heaven. Then we can go there together." To be honest, Xueqi was unwilling. After all, she was the one who discovered that place. No one else had discovered it. She wanted to go there alone. That way, she could get as many treasures as she wanted. But now, she couldn't. The experts of the other grotto heavens and families had also discovered it. If she went there alone, she wouldn't have any advantages. So, she could only borrow the power of the grotto heaven. Although she would get fewer treasures in the end, it would be better than going there alone. But it would be safer. When the grotto heaven heard the news, they were shocked. They hurriedly sent people to investigate. Sure enough, they found that it was a strange place. Furthermore, many experts had already begun to move out. The 1,000-mountain grotto heaven also gathered a group of experts led by the Sage King. They were ready to go. Among them, Yan Jie was also there. He also brought his powerful battle servant. Besides him, there were also some top geniuses. They all brought their battle servants and prepared to go there. Xueqi only brought Lin Xian with her. A group of people gathered at the square. Then, they sat on huge spirit boats and sage weapons and soared into the sky. They set off towards that strange place. At the Mount Han, here, ice covered everything. It was very cold, and ordinary sages didn't dare to go there, because they would be frozen into ice. On this day, there were countless rays of light that streaked across the sky above the Mount Han. The terrifying aura shone on Zhao Yao. This place was really strange. On a spirit boat in the distance, a figure sighed. Lin Xian and the rest were also in this team. It was the team from the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven. They had finally arrived. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place left behind from the Antiquity Age. We've already flipped through the ancient books. It's very likely that the residence or inheritance of an ancient expert is buried here. At the very least, he was a great sage. Was this a cave left behind by a great sage? When the surrounding people heard this, they all took a deep breath. The great sage was an existence that everyone had to look up to. Even their paradise did not have many great sages, and they were all living fossils. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Now, if they could obtain the inheritance of the ancient supreme sage, their martial path would improve once again. Everyone was extremely excited, and even Xueqi was the same. Lin Xian was also surprised, and a smile appeared on his face. An ancient great sage? I hope you don't disappoint me. At this moment, quite a few people had already arrived at Mount Han. These people stood on different sides, exchanging greetings with each other. Then he became vigilant. After all, they were all competitors after coming here. At this moment, someone below cried out in surprise. Look, more people are coming. They should be from the 1,000-mountain grotto. Many people looked over, and their gazes were like divine lamps that illuminated the world. As for Lin Xian and the others, their spirit boats continued to descend. When they finally arrived at the bottom, they felt the powerful icy aura around them. Many people gasped. It was really a terrifying place. No wonder ordinary saints did not dare to come here. After the experts from the 1,000-mountain cave arrived, the other experts arrived as well. Even the people from Xiling Grotto Heaven and Qingqiu Grotto Heaven had come. In addition, there were also people from the Howren Paradise. These people were not weaker than the people from the 1,000-mountain grotto. So, when they arrived, their powerful auras suppressed the world. In addition to these paradises, there were also some other families. In short, there were many people who came. After all, it was a great sage, and it was something left behind by an ancient great sage. It was enough to tempt these paradises. Lin Xian looked around and found that the powerful families were even more powerful. For example, the 1,000-mountain grotto had sent 8 Saint Kings. The weakest ones were all in the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. There were many peak Saint Venerables and half-step Saint Kings, and most of them were of the younger generation. It was easy to imagine how powerful they were. The other paradises were similar to them. However, the Xiling paradise had sent 4 Saint Kings, which surprised countless people. The people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto looked at the Xiling paradise and snorted. After all, they knew that the Xiling paradise had attacked their disciples before. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven swept their gazes across the entire place. They were the first to receive news of the fall of Sir Ling Su and the others. Later, they went to investigate and even found out about the Thousand Mountain Grotto. However, the Thousand Mountain Grotto did not give in. In the end, when they found out that it was Xiling Paradise who attacked first, the Xiling Paradise had no choice but to put this matter aside for the time being. However, they did not give up on a mysterious person. They felt that someone was targeting them, so this time they sent 10 Saint Kings. It should be foolproof. On their spirit boat, there was also a young man who looked similar to Sir Ling Su. His aura was even more terrifying. Although he was also a half-step Saint King, he was much stronger than Sir Ling Su. His aura was similar to Xueqi's. He should be at least as strong as Sir Yanjiu. This person was Sir Ling Su's brother, Sir Ling Tian. Feeling the gazes of the Thousand Mountain Grotto, the people from the Xiling Paradise also turned their heads. The leader of the group, an old man, laughed and said, "Friends from the Thousand Mountain Grotto, you are early. You are not slow either." The leader of the Thousand Mountain Grotto group was an elder. Elder Tian's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Saint Venerable Realm. On the other side, the leader of the Xiling Paradise group was an elder. He was called Elder Jinpeng, a rare beast of heaven and earth. His strength had also reached the middle stage of the Saint Venerable Realm. As he spoke with a smile, he looked at Xueqi and the others. Then he smiled and said, "This must be Princess Xueqi. I heard that she cultivated the Thousand Mountain Grotto's unique skill, the Dark Ice Formula, and she has already reached the 6th level. Now that I have seen her, she is indeed extraordinary." It seemed that the laws in this cold mountain had improved. "Senior, you are too polite," Xueqi said indifferently. The people from the Xiling Paradise looked over and stared into the distance. Many people's eyes immediately shone with a cold light. This person was the legendary Heaven's favorite daughter. Many people had heard of her name, but this was the first time they had seen her. Among them, Sir Ling Tian also saw her. What a peerless fairy. His lips curled into a smile. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.